Why is the video quality so bad? Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Give me a GM if you can hear me. Hello, hello, hello. Mic testing, mic testing. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Give me a GM in the chat if you guys can hear me. Alrighty, how's it going? Did you guys not sleep? It's so late. I don't know. It's not very late. 10:24. So coding kari jaye thodi guys. Let's code a little bit. Nothing too complicated. Just continuation of what we've already built in a few like last live stream, and then continuation, a little bit of continuation I did in the cohort, and then उसी को ही continue करेंगे. I'll talk about the challenges क्या build कर रहे हैं, and if there's something specific to learn. I'm unsure if there's something specific to learn. अब इसका polish वाला phase आ गया है, and whenever a project is in the polish phase, it gets a little there's not much to learn, just a lot of grunt work to do. So we will use cursor. I won't use too much AI. Let's see. I mean, I want to use a little bit of AI. The current bitrate is lower. Let's see if I can fix that. Is the quality okay? Can you guys hear me well or see the screen more importantly? Let me open the code base, like something over here. Can you guys see what is present on the screen? Clearly, yes or no? And then we'll start. Chat को हटा देता हूँ मैं. Quality is bad. Google Drive, but the Sargam is not here today. I don't know where he is. Let's see. If he's around, I'll call him. We'll celebrate his birthday. Quality is low. Let's see. Settings, video, bitrate, output. Yeah, it is bad. Hold on. 16. Can we combine bolt, clone, and make the website? Yeah, you can do that. We'll probably do that at some point. It's just, this is a harder problem. React Native website is much easier, but the same architecture. But yeah, basically we can do what you're asking. We probably need a bunch of filters up front. कि बंदा Node.js app बना रहा है, Rust app बना रहा है, React Native app बना रहा है, and once we know what it is, then we just need to distribute it different ways. So yes, we should merge them together. We'll probably do that. ठीक है, let me give a little bit of context of what we're building, then we'll start. तो Bolt तो सबने देखा ही होगा, hopefully. They're doing really well. Bolt, Lovable are two companies, both reached 10 mil ARR, close to a mil MRR very quickly. Both of them let you build websites by prompting. For example, I can prompt, create a to-do app in React, and it will just write the code for me. There are various architectures to build this. We have discussed two architectures in two different videos. One of them we're sort of finalizing and going forward with. तो मोटा मोटा वो बनाना है. Code is already present here on code100x/mobile magic. Other than a bunch of cleanups that we should do here, इसको छोड़ के भी there are a lot of things we need to build, especially when you scale this application. If there are 100 people currently writing code like this, you can do it various ways. I think this is more of a UX challenge. A lot of people tried to. For example, v0.dev also did this, but Bolt and Lovable ended up winning. I think purely based on their UX. So, thoda sa we'll focus there. How do you build the right UX? What do people want? Why are people paying them $20 a month? Around 50,000 people are paying them $20 a month. तो 50,000 लोग अगर तुम्हारी ऐप को इतना पैसा दे रहे हैं, you're providing them some value. So we'll try to build it in a similar way. थोड़ा code लिखा हुआ है. My last video covers this in fair detail, how to build something like this. Now we have to scale it. So a bunch of DevOps challenges and a bunch of UX challenges. Video and audio is not in sync. Audio issues already. That's not good. Hello. Let me see. Firstly, the quality is so bad. YouTube. Hello. That looks in sync. Although the quality, yeah, the quality looks fine-ish. YouTube. I think that's fine. It's good, right? Yeah, I think it's good. Cool. Let's kick things off. Specific मैं tasks में break कर देता हूँ, and probably let me set this up from scratch. तो किसी और को भी करना है तो मेरे साथ कर लो भाई. Setting this up is not very easy. There are a bunch of different modules, And unfortunately, I have not written a Docker file. So there is not a single command you can use to start this. There are a bunch of them. तो मैं एक बार setup मार देता हूँ project का locally, and जिसको भी करना है along with me, feel free to set the project up. That's the first big challenge here. If you don't do that, then you will drop off very quickly from this video. You will not learn anything either. तो सबसे पहली, सबसे important चीज़, let's set this project up locally and then go from there. You probably have done this if you've seen the last video, or if you're in the cohort and you joined the class this week. But if you haven't done it, let me quickly show you how I would try to clone this project and set it up locally. So let's clone the project in my terminal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is wrong. Let's open cursor and open this repo. I think we'll be coding for 5 to 6 hours at the very least today. And the hope is that by the end of it, हम सब खत्म कर ले. We're able to finish everything. Looking at chat here, no, it's not in sync. Audio is breaking. Close the video and come back. Resolved video issue. Is there a problem right now? Can you guys not hear me? Can you guys not see me? एक बार यार clearly बता दो chat में. If there is a problem, just post what the problem is. I'll try to fix it. Any specific problem that you guys are seeing? Set the quality to highest and that should fix it. So someone said, just set the quality to highest, that should fix it. Let me more time. Perfect है, all clear, no issues, no problem. Everything's good. Alrighty. तो ठीक है. Let me tell everyone one more time. This is the repository for today, and I'm taking you through the steps to clone the repository and run it. तो आपके पास एक locally running version हो. Now, if you have not gone through the video, थोड़ा आपको नहीं समझ आएगा, but you know, धीरे-धीरे खुल जाएगा. मतलब a lot of times a good way to learn a project is to just get your hands dirty and then eventually learn from it. All right, ठीक है जी. So this is a monorepo, fairly standard, very simple tech stack. Node.js, not Node.js, bun, and bun for the backend, React for the front end, and a bunch of AWS things. मैं थोड़ा explain कर दूंगा what those are. Poll कर लो, poll करना है पहले. Do you guys want to do something else? I can do a poll. ठीक है, let's do a poll. What do you guys want to do today? Let me, where is the poll? There you go. Plus start a poll. What should we do for the first 20 minutes? Start setting up the project and get into and code. Second option would be question answering before some of you might want to hit the bed, so you should do that. Third, GSOC contributions. Repositories have come, nations have been announced, so might be a good thing to do this. And fourth, I don't know, some other project from scratch. I do have a few ideas. So 4 polls, guys, or 4 options in the poll, guys. What do you guys want to do? What should we do in the first 20 minutes? I guess throughout the stream, honestly, but first 20 minutes I say because some of these things are only restricted to 20 minutes, specifically the AMA. उसके बाद तो code ही करेंगे. So not a clear winner, unfortunately. GSOC contributions and setting up the project and contributing to this project, very close. All 4 of them are pretty close, honestly. But I don't have a clear winner, but a mild winner. Wait for a few more minutes, then we'll start. Question answering to last mein hai, that's good. So GSOC and this specific project are top of the stack. GSOC we can do like a quick overview when we're taking a break. So let's focus on this project only, and then whenever we feel like taking a break, I will go and explore some GSOC repositories. Kaun rok raha hai, theek hai? So let's start. Then I think the people have spoken. The poll says, okay, we need to start contributing to this project and go from there. WebRTC समझा दो, basic APIs बना दो, speed typing, 2-minute talk about Super 30. Very quick about Super 30s. Okay, first one is ending the next 15 days. Tomorrow we're doing last final hackathon. We're doing a YC request for startups hackathon. Cohort 3 people are invited, so go to Cohort 3 Discord if you want to come on site and attend the hackathon. मोटा मोटा ये होगा कि YC has this request for startups page where they put out requests for startups कि startups को ये बनाना चाहिए, these are the things that are going to be the future or whatever things that they're going to fund. AI for personal staff, for example, for everyone. AI personal staff for everyone, that means I don't know, customer support person, sales person जो तुम्हारा जाके काम करे. This is one of many ideas. Dev tools for AI agents, that's a new one. कि AI agents के लिए dev tools for debugging what is wrong over there, so on and so forth. They have videos, they have text, you can read through it. So I'll give more overview tomorrow during the hackathon. But to end this Super 30, we're ending this with the hackathon. अभी के लिए placements have been honestly 75 to 80%. उससे ऊपर हम नहीं करा पाए हैं. उससे ऊपर की थोड़ी हो भी रही है मुश्किल. इसके बाद the last lot has been very difficult to place. The first lot was very easy to place. मतलब the first 3 months were full sprint when it comes to both learning, I think, for people, because officially it was for 3 months. वो तो हमने extend कर दिया eventually कि office खाली पड़ा है, क्या ही करना है. But officially it was for 3 months, and मोटा मोटा first 3 months में we were able to place 30 people. उसके बाद अगले 1 महीने we were able to place another 8 people. अभी 38 पे नंबर है. मैं लिस्ट पे दिखा सकता हूँ, मतलब इसमें कुछ वो नहीं ऊपर नीचे, सबके नाम, सबकी प्लेसमेंट. ये ज़रूर है कि कुछ लोगों की 2-2, 3-3 जगह हुई है. तो it was easier to place a good person in 2-3 companies. It was harder to place a not so good person in even one company. So keep that in mind. In the end a good person can get more than one jobs. उसको जिसको अच्छा, मतलब people are choosing here the good people. अभय is one person, such person जिसकी 2 जगह लगी है. प्रदीप is one such person जिसकी 3 जगह लगी है. चैतन्या करके है, उसकी 1 जगह लगी थी, अब दूसरी जगह लग गई है. तो I think the total number of placements is higher, but if you look at the number of people, it's 38 among some 50. तो good number, not great number. I feel bad. I have opened refunds for everyone. जिसकी placement लगी वो भी ले जाए, नहीं लगी वो भी ले जाए. Depends on the person जिसको लेके ले जाए. Next one will most probably happen. The only reason for that is we have a very big campus for 100x school or whatever. वो थोड़ा over provisioned ही है. So I don't know what to do with so many classrooms. So, and it will also be good for people who are joining the school, who are young people, 18, 19, to have a senior chain. Unfortunately, we don't have that right now. कि कोई second year बच्चा, हमारा first year है. So that is why it would be good to have people who can mentor them. The one good thing about Super 30 was कि at least the scholarship people, the free people were really smart, and that lifted the whole community. वो बहुत underrated चीज़ है that helps कि you need a lot of smart people around if you want outcomes like this for a really small group of people. 50 थे पहले, इस बार शायद 100 होंगे Super 30 में. At least I expect कितने लोग आएंगे, बाकी I don't know. तो उसमें से if 20% of the batch is coming through scholarships, and scholarships will happen basically cohort 3 के जो best बच्चे होंगे उनको उठा के ले आएंगे. तो it creates a very good ecosystem for those, and these 100 people will be the seniors for the school people जो 18-19 साल के बच्चे हैं जो join कर रहे हैं. That is one of many reasons to do the next Super 30. So most probably it is happening. When does it happen will depend on when we get the campus. तो जब भी campus मिल जाएगा, the school will start from August when the academic year starts. But जब campus मिल जाएगा, I can start Super 30 the next day. Super 30 is very, चलो there'll be a launch video for it, you will know, but it's very you driven, community driven, and my focus is primarily to take classes and to refer people and look for placements. Everything else is either TAs or the community or you guys talking to each other. Mostly this time there'll be more things. You'll have people in the hostel. All of this we're doing for the school, but we'll probably carry forward to the people joining the next Super 30 as well. On campus TA हुआ, ये just feedback था. I met a lot of alt college people before we started our own. And all of them said कि 2 big things come from an alt college. 1 is placements. 2 is जो TA बैठा है हॉस्टल में जो हेल्प कर रहा है ना, they are very helpful even more than the instructor. तो वो एक एक्स्ट्रा चीज़ होगी जो अगले Super 30 में होगी, बाकी कुछ नहीं है. How much will I charge? I don't know. Again, up in the air, probably supply demand. I'll throw out a number and then keep increasing it as 20 people join. पहले 20 लोग आए तो बढ़ा दिया, 20 लोग आए तो बढ़ा दिया, ऐसा कुछ. तो I'll start from a fairly humble number. That's what happened in the first Super 30 as well. I actually started from 30K. My initial amount for Super 30 that I thought was 30K rupees for a span of 3 months, like 10K a month, which felt fairly humble. But then हमें लगा कि this probably is a number जहाँ पे कोई भी आ जाएगा. We don't know if this will be a thing to pursue in the future. तो हमने 50,000 भी बड़ा डर के रखा था नंबर. But then within 2 hours, the first 15 people joined. We wanted to keep the paid batch strength 30. तो 15 लोग आ गए तो हमने उसको 75 कर दिया था. फिर 5 लोग और आ गए तो हमने उसको 1 लाख कर दिया था. Something similar will follow over there. We'll start from an amount and we'll just keep increasing it to, at some point the number will be so obnoxious that no one will join, so the supply demand will be controlled like that. तो ये है मोटा मोटा next Super 30 का. If you have any questions I can answer, but मोटा मोटा अभी तक ये thought है. बाकी Super 30 पिछले वाला भी बहुत ad hoc था, किसी को नहीं पता था कि करना है. मतलब करने से 2 हफ्ते पहले ऑफिस ढूंढना था. ऑफिस ढूंढा तो पता लगा ये तो बहुत महंगा है, तो फिर पेड कर दिया, अदरवाइज तो फ्री ही हो रहा था. So, a lot of these things are out of my control, or, not set in stone, basically. It may happen, it may not happen. Currently, it's leaning towards it will happen, but we will see. Alrighty. ठीक है, any other questions related to Super 30? Otherwise, only fans clone well, I don't know, not anytime soon. Not something I can sell very well. Cool, let's get right into it. So again, now we're going to start to code, guys, and do whatever is left in this project. This is the link to the project. We'll take breaks after every 40 minutes or so. Let's do Pomodoro technique. So we'll do 40 minutes coding, 10 minutes Q&A, 10 minutes break, 40 minutes coding, like that. Okay, cool. We are trying to build Bolt, which is this website where people can come and ask to build mobile applications. We're focusing on a very specific niche, which is mobile applications. It's easier to move back to web applications. It's harder to do mobile. Let's do mobile first. We can always add web applications later. इसका एक version 1 बन गया है, but that version 1 will not work because as 100 people come to our website will break. So we need to make sure it actually scales, and we also have some level of we're charging people because this is an expensive resource to run or expensive thing to do. So we'll talk about all of those challenges soon enough. Akash is calling me. Hello, sir. वो live शुरू हो गई है. So meeting तो करनी पड़ेगी postpone. तो कर दो कल के लिए. All right, thank you. ठीक है. So you get the idea. इसका architecture में discuss किया. Just go through that video if you want to understand the architecture one more time. I'm just going to get to the setup of this project locally. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folders here. One is called code server. This is basically VS Code. So if you ever try to build a mobile application or any application on Bolt, what they will do is they will show you a VS Code like thing on the right inside your browser, which is very cool. कि आपको browser में ही VS Code मिल गया. You don't need to download the VS Code application. So this, to be able to run this, the way we have done it is by running a remote VS Code instance. The way Bolt does it is using something called web containers. So for Bolt, thankfully, since Bolt is run by this company called 𝗥𝗲𝗵𝗹𝗀𝗀, which you guys can't see somewhere here, but this website is actually whatever, another product of a company called 𝗥𝗲𝗵𝗹𝗀𝗀. And they do a lot of WebAssembly. They've written this technology called web containers. So for them, it makes sense to use web containers here. For us, it doesn't because we don't own that technology. We'll have to pay them some money to be able to use this, which is why we're avoiding it. We can either write our own web containers, that's one thing to do, and that's just writing a lot of WebAssembly code, going to be really hard. Or we can just use a server. कि यार ये VS Code जो है एक server पे run हो रहा है. So what we're going to do is run VS Code on a server. For that, there is this project that exists called Code Server. You can look at it on GitHub. Basically, VS Code is open source, so is a browser version of it. The browser version is called Code Server. And what does it say? VS Code in the browser. So if you go to coder.com, they'll give you the steps to start VS Code on a server and connect to it using a browser. That's what we're going to use as well. So they have steps over here on how to do it, specifically, how to run it using Docker. I would have ideally done this, but in our case, what has happened is we don't want to just run this. So we want to make sure that the VS Code instance that is starting has Node.js installed in it, which is why if you look at the updated Docker file that I've written, it has the base image of Code Server. It installs Node.js on top of it and then starts Code Server at the end. There are a bunch of bad things here. For example, I'm not added any authentication. That is bad. Like our VS Code instances are sort of open, so we should fix that eventually. But that's mota what is happening in this Docker file. Whenever the VS Code instance starts, it mounts this folder in VS Code. So basically, on Bolt, if you look at the VS Code instance, what folder is it in? It's in the /home/projects folder. In our case, it starts in the /temp/bolty-worker folder, which is just a random folder name that I've chosen. That's this Docker file. So let's start this first. That's the first thing to start locally. cd apps/code server. So just build this Docker image. I've already done it, so I'm not doing it again. But build this Docker image by running this command. Docker is not running for me, so let me start it. And then run the same Docker image. So here I build a Docker image called code server update. Here I run the Docker image with a port mapping of 80808080, which means on my machine, on port localhost :8080. Oopsie daisy. On my machine on port 8080, I'm running a VS Code like UI that is mounted to that just opens a folder called /temp/𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀. All of this is running inside a Docker file, which is great. Sorry, a Docker container. Why is this great? Because people are going to write a lot of code over here, update files, and we don't want them to do it in our file system. We want them to do it in a containerized sandbox, which is why we start this in a Docker container. Now, eventually, this will happen on a server. That's the part we have to build today. But we'll get there when we get there. Abhi ke liye aise hi start kar lo. Then there's the front end, which is standard Next.js. So I'm going to open another folder over here, go to apps/frontend, and run npm run dev. That should start the front end. That doesn't start the front end because dev script doesn't exist in front end. I do see a dev script. Bun dev. Oh, of course. Let's do a global a global bun install. This was a fresh clone of the project because I was trying to do it with you guys. So what I have not done is install all the dependencies yet. So let me install all the dependencies. Let me also write these steps. So if you are following along locally, you should be able to do them independently. The first thing I did was clone the project. Second thing I did was build and start custom code server image. Third thing I did was install dependencies globally. Fourth thing I'm going to do is start Postgres. Fifth thing I'm going to do is migrate my DB. Sixth thing I'm going to do is generate my client. Then I will start the front end. Then I will start the backend. Then I will start something called the worker. And before I start the worker, 9.00, let's make this 9, let's make this 10. I will get credentials from Claude. So Claude is the LLM that we are using. Now, if you don't have Claude, then here comes another challenge for you. Try to replace the Claude API call with Gemini, which is free. So if you look at the code, God, why do I keep closing Google Chrome, like they say? These are the steps that I've written. And if you search for 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 through the code base, you find nothing. Why? Backend, worker/index.ts. Yeah, there you go. There is an 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. So there's an 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 import over here. We're also using it over here. Try to replace this with Gemini if you want to do this for free. And you don't want to get a paid API key. You don't have $5 to give right now. Then just replace this with Claude and you're good to go. But yeah, if you have Claude, it's probably better because Gemini did not perform as well with this as I was hoping for it to. So either get Claude credits or replace this with Gemini and go from there. Now this very big. There you go. Again, these are the steps that we have to follow locally to start the project locally. So, समझ आ रहा है? Nothing too complicated here. Maybe look at chat really quickly, but I'm hoping this is easy enough to digest and nothing that you haven't done already. If you've built AI projects, and if you haven't, then these are the standard things you have to do if you've built a full stack project plus some sort of a whatever, call it a ChatGPT wrapper or an LLM wrapper. You need LLM API keys. Get comfortable. It's like getting yourself an AWS whatever account. You can't learn DevOps without having to pay $20 a month, so make sure you're doing that. For me, Claude API dashboard. Try Claude. Start building. For me, I currently have around, let's see, $23 in my account. And let me quickly create an API key for myself that I can put in a .env file. So let me call it YouTube API key, just so I remember to delete it eventually. And of course, it is publicly shown to everyone. So let me delete it. And I'm going to create this बाद में separately. Okay, let's follow the steps and set this up. Clone the project is done. Build. Where do I put this? I think this is fine. Start the custom code server image is done. The next step is installing the dependencies globally. That's done. I ran a bun install here. Fourth step is start Postgres. So I don't know how you guys start Postgres, but I start it locally. Let me just try to, I can run it myself, but let me not do that. Docker run -p 5432:5432 env or -e postgres _password equal to my super secret password Postgres. That should start Postgres locally for me with this password right here. Then I'm going to, let me copy this password. Let me go to db/.env. What folder am I going to? Packages/db/.env, which I don't see here. That's not great. Seems like I don't have .env.example files, which I should. .env.example. Oh, wrong folder. I have a .env.example, and I think the environment variable here is database password. Let me also put it in .env.example for all. This is fine and this is fine. Let me commit this to GitHub. So we have, let me also run Postgres in the background. So my terminal is free, and now I've added a new file called .env.example. So let me commit it. Add .env.example, push. All right, this is done. Reject. Yep, that's fine. Okay, what's the next step? Migrating the database, most probably. Postgres has started. Migrate the database, generate the client. So for that, cd packages/db npx prisma migrate dev. That will migrate my database. That means it will put a bunch of tables in my SQL Postgres database. npx prisma generate the Prisma client, which means node modules/add Prisma/client is going to have a folder. Go through a quick Prisma 101 if you don't understand these steps. But Prisma is the ORM that we're using. Next step, start the front end. So apps/frontend bundev. Let's start another terminal. Let's start the backend. So cd apps/primary backend. Here also there is a .env file. There isn't one. Do we need a .env in the primary backend process? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we do. So bundev for, or bun index.ts for the primary backend, and then lastly worker, जहाँ पे we do need a .env, जहाँ पे the environment variable is called what? It's called some 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀 key or something like that. Let's see. API key messages. How do I change this? JavaScript. What is the default environment variable called? worker/index.ts. यहाँ पे अगर हम देखें तो whenever I'm initializing new Anthropic, API key, there you go, Anthropic_API_key. So ये part I'm going to hide. I am going to add a worker/ .env file, but ये मैं दिखाऊंगा नहीं. I have to put my Claude API key over here, but I'm not going to show it, of course. Let me also create a .env.example over here so people know what to put. And let me now move this off screen, and let me move this off screen as well. And let me quickly create an API key for myself and put it in the .env file. Simple enough, simple enough. API key, add, copy it, paste it, save it, and close. All right, done. So now my .env file has my Claude API key. Let's start the worker, one index.ts. That's it. That's all you need to start the project. Now if you go to localhost :3000, you should see a website that looks, oh fuck. We also need one more thing. We are using Clerk for authentication, guys. So Clerk credentials we jaldi se dal do, otherwise you'll not be able to sign in and sign up. So go to clerk.com, sign up really quickly, and create a fresh application for yourself. I repeat, go to clerk.com, sign up, take 2 minutes. I'll answer 2 minutes. I'll answer questions for the next 2 minutes, and then I'll go through this process. Quickly go to Clerk and sign up and make yourself a new account and a new application. What are we building? We're building a Bolt clone. We're mostly trying to productionize it. We've built it, but productionizing it is not easy, just like any other application. This is the harder bit that AI doesn't solve for you, unfortunately. So that is what we're trying to do today. Any other questions? मैं ये भी खोल देता हूँ. The steps that you have to follow locally to be able to run this project. My API key got leaked. There will most probably not be a cohort 4. I'm going to focus just on the college for the next few months. 100 steps is in Delhi, so more tech in Noida or the university. Add initialization steps in. That's not the worst thing in the world. So readme setup procedure, clone the project, build and run the code server image. That includes docker build -t code server update docker run -t 8080 8080, and it should also do open 8081. I'll come to later why. Code server update, install dependencies globally, so that's one install. What else? Start Postgres locally. That's copy this thing. And paste it here. Then migrate Prisma, generate the DB, generate the client. CD packages /db, npx Prisma, migrate dev, npx Prisma, generate. What else? Start the front end, cd apps /front end, npm or one dev. Start the backend or primary backend. इससे पहले actually over here copy packages /db/.env.example over to packages /db/.env. यहाँ पे भी इसका INV was empty, right? No, इसका INV requires clerk. So sign up to clerk. Create a new dev app. Copy apps /backend or primary backend /.env.example over to Hold on. My elbow is hurting the way I'm writing this. Over to apps slash primary dash backend slash .env. Update the clerk credentials. Then start the primary backend. Then go to Claude and get API keys. Then do a cd apps slash start a single worker locally. So cd apps slash worker and npm bun index.ts. Update apps slash worker slash .env. Yes. I think that's it. Yep. So let me commit that as well. So ये इसके key bindings are issue. Added, readme, push it. All right, hopefully that was enough time to set up clerk credentials. So let me go to primary backend slash .env and another one called .env.example. I think the same thing needs to happen in Next.js. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think the same thing needs to happen in Next.js. So another update in README is there's always a good idea to set up your project from scratch. You understand so many things that you need to change. For example, env files weren't committed, and the setup procedure was really bad. So before you start the front end, you should do clerk. So update dot env in apps slash frontend. All right, now let's try it. So apps slash frontend needs a .env. हाँ भाई हाँ बोल दिया मैंने उसको कैंसिल करने को. So front end में the API key looks like this. So let me go to my clerk dashboard. Let me open the Bolty app. I'm going to go to configure. I'm going to go to API keys, and I'm going to copy this publishable key and this secret key, paste it in Next.js. You guys can see it is fine. These are my test credentials. And let me also put this in .env. .env.example को मैं commit कर दूंगा so that other people can know what environment variable names to put. And on the primary backend .env, now this I will have to see. Okay, in middleware.ts, what am I using? Process.env.jwt public key. So I don't know if this needs to exist in here or in here. Like either is fine, but I am going to put it over here. So primary backend slash .env jwt public key equal to this public key that you guys can hopefully see over here. So what did I do? Went to my application, went to API keys over here. These two I put in my Next.js server. This I'm putting in my backend server. So something like this. And the same thing I'm going to put in my worker slash .env. You guys can see my Claude API keys. I'm going to go to Claude. I'm going to disable my Claude API key. This will happen a few times today, so don't be surprised. Okay, I will expose something I shouldn't, and then I will go and delete it. So where do I go? Over here, disable the old API key, create a new API key, copy it, go to cursor and replace it, and close this. Good. and bring it back. All right. So .m.example gets this and worker. One more time. I'm going to disable the API key, create the new API key, test. And replace it. Sorry about that. As I said, this is going to happen a few times today, so don't be surprised. Why did I have this in .env.example? Worker.env.example. No, that looks right. That looks right. Yeah, we have this. All right, close. Cool. Sorry about that. Just replace my Claude API key, updated a few .env.examples. So let me add them. Updated .env.example, push. Cool. Yeah, I think that's it. To recap, again, the recap steps are here in readme.md. If you go to the end, let's look at a cleaner version of it. So github.com/code100x/mobile-magic. The setup procedure is mota. Clone the project locally, simple enough. Run the code server image. So this, oh sorry, I should update this. This exists in a different folder. So cd apps/code-server. Yeah, go to this folder, build a Docker image, run a Docker image. That's your first terminal. Globally install bun or do a bun install to install the dependencies. Globally start Postgres, copy .env.example in the DB folder to .env. Make sure you're updating the Postgres database password there. You don't need to because default wala sahi hai. The default one that's over here has this as the password, so it will just work. You don't have to update it. And migrate the database, generate the client, sign up to Clerk, get a new dev application, not a prod application for now, a dev application, so it works on localhost. Start the front end, update .env in apps/frontend. The .env in apps/frontend for frontend/.env. Frontend/.env looks something like this. It has the Clerk API publishable key, that's a public key, and then a secret key. You don't really need the secret key because we're not using Next.js as our backend, but if we did, we would need it. What else? Go to Claude, get API keys, start the backend server. Here pe env file you have to update. Worker maybe env file you have to update. Mota the credentials that you need are Claude ke credentials. Make sure you have Claude or some LLM. If you use Gemini, it will be free. So feel free to make that PR for people who can't afford it right now. And for everyone else, just get a Claude API key and create an account on Clerk and get API keys from there. You're good to go. Okay? Let's see if the project is running locally or not. So one index.ts. The worker is up. The primary backend is up. The front end is up. And let's go to the front end. Let's open the sidebar, nothing happens. Because I don't have any projects right now. I have a fresh database, right? This user has no projects. So, I can go ahead and create a project, create a new chess application in React Native. One more thing you have to do before you do this, I repeat, one more thing you have to do before you do this is to go to go to your terminal and make sure you have to do like a few things over here, sorry. एक extra चीज आपको करनी है. In the very first terminal where you ran this, you should actually mount this to a folder on your host machine. I repeat, you should mount this to a folder on your host machine. For example, /temp/bolt-worker should be mounted to /temp/bolt-worker. Why should you do this? Because the LLM is not the only one who's going to change the files. Your user is also going to change the file. Yeah, do you really need to do this? Probably not. Actually, there is a, yeah, we probably don't need to do this. I'm thinking. I think there's a cleaner approach we can use. Is there any reason to have this mounted to the host machine? And the answer is no. Yeah. So let's do something else. Let's update the Docker image. And यहाँ पे let's do a mk run mkdir-p/temp and or /temp /𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 is fine. Run npx expo. Hold on. Expo, create expo app at latest. Let's do this. Or to even get like one step further, let's have a base React native expo image somewhere. Let me create a new repository called base React native expo. And यहाँ पे I'll push a starter React Native project for everyone. Everyone that comes to our website, if they want to create a chess application or to-do application, whatever, उनकी एक starter image यहाँ पे होगी कि आपका React Native starter application looks like this, and you'll build things on top of it. So let me go to a random folder, like the root folder of my machine. Let me create a new folder here or a React Native application here called base React Native app. By running npx expo create expo app @latest, that will create a fresh React Native application for me. And मैं चाहता हूँ कि जब मैं VS Code start कर रहा हूँ, whenever I'm starting VS Code, I already have this code base present in that specific VS Code sandbox. I don't want to mount it from my local machine, which is something I was doing until now. I don't know why I was doing that. I think this is a better approach. कि you know जो आपकी image बन रही है, Docker image itself has Node.js, it itself has Expo already installed. So status git cd React Native, right? Yeah, there you go. Git remote add origin, push it, and यहाँ पे I'll do run git clone this. Perfect, that looks good. And run, there you go. See to that folder and do an npm install. So everything, like you have all the dependency, that folder is ready. आपके user के लिए एक base folder is ready. उसके ऊपर he is going to do a 3D game. Don't tempt me, sir. Do not tempt me. I know what you're saying. No, not right now. We'll probably, I know. Let's experiment at the end. I am super excited to do that. It's probably the right time to do it as well. So don't tempt me. But yeah, let's stay focused for now. cd dot dot. So let's rebuild the Docker image. cd apps slash code server docker build. This time it will take a little more time. Will the first 30 people get 100% scholarship? The number isn't clear right now. So it was 30 back in Super 30 as well. But then उन लोगों के लिए there is a 2-week assignment, and then you know people who are able to follow through. उसके बाद there are interviews. उसके बाद at least those people are expected to be on site. They can't continue online. तो ये सारे factors मिला के जो बचते हैं, those people come. I think that number was 8 or 12 in this specific Super 30. The people who were were Super 30 paid. Sorry, free. Docker run. Yeah. First terminal था शायद. Yeah, and हमने बंद कर दिया है. So Docker run. This, and one more thing we should do here is export the 8081 port as well. We'll come to why. Let me quickly commit this update. Git status, git add apps slash code server, commit -m, updated Docker file, push. Cool. All right, now let's see. If I go to localhost :8080, do I see a React Native project? I do, which is great. If I do a npm run web, do I see a front end? I most probably do. I see the default React Native application. Perfect. If I go to my website now. So localhost :3000. And I say create a to-do application that lets me track my day, and I send it moment of truth. This is what I told it the LLM to do. Now let's see, is the LLM doing anything? Seems like it isn't. Let's look at the worker, and there you go. There's a problem. Spawn sync failed. No such file or directory. This. Hold on. I remember why we were mounting the folder. Yeah, we need to mount the folder because yeah, that's why. So basically, मैं थोड़ा smart बन रहा था. I was trying to be a little smart. I realized why I didn't do this before. This is our worker. This is our, जिसको हम worker बुला रहे हैं, काम करने वाली चीज़. Your front end, whenever it wants to talk to the LLM, your front end, whenever it wants to create a chess application, it tells the worker कि भाई chess application बना दे, which means it interacts with the Node.js process running here. There is a Node.js process running on the host machine where we ask this. And unfortunately, Abhi, the change that I made, I put the React Native code inside the Docker container here. So now when this Node.js process talks to the LLM tells it कि भाई कुछ change कर. It tries to change it over here in this file system, but it needs to change it here. So for that reason, this file system of my local machine needs to be mounted to this file system on the container. This is the problem that I made. What is the problem that I did? The problem that I did was, abhi main smart ban raha tha, look at my latest commit. I had earlier had a folder on my host machine that was mounted to a container. ये मैंने अभी change कर दिया. I was like, I don't really need this. We can get fancy and we can run this directly in the container. But the problem is, the Node.js process is running outside the container. That you should do, because if the Node.js process runs inside this container, then people in your VS Code can come and explore your Node.js code and see your Cloud API keys. We don't want that. So user code will run in a sandbox. Node.js code will run outside or in a different container. But that means Node.js code and this VS Code both need to have access to the same folder. That means they both need to be somehow mounted to the same folder here. So that basically means the README steps change for you guys. Let me share how. Before you start the Docker container, the first step over here, create a /temp/bolty-worker folder in your machine. ये step कर लेना भाई. So do a cd/temp rm-r bolty worker if it exists. It doesn't exist for me. mkdir bolty-worker and good to go. ये एक steps follow कर लेना. इसके बाद ही करना जो बाद की चीजें कर रहे हो, नहीं तो you will face problems. Cool. Now that is done, let me restart the Docker container. That's running here. When I restart this Docker container, and now if I go to the cd/temp/bolty worker folder, I don't see anything here, which is not great. Thinking. 1 second. Hello. I'm live on YouTube. All right. So, ये क्यों नहीं हुआ वैसे? होना चाहिए था. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's do a docker ps docker exec -it code server sh cd/temp/bolty-worker ls. यहाँ पे तो सब है. But if I go to my host machine and do a cd/temp/bolty-worker, did I mount? I'm an idiot. Am I not? I am an idiot. -v/temp/bolty-worker :/temp/bolty-worker. What I'm doing over here is called a bind mount. If I'm not wrong technically, this is called a bind mount or a host mount. I forgot. What this means is that this folder on my host machine is mounted to this folder on the Docker container, which is this thing right here I was showing you. Okay, ये जो folder है, ये folder है, same होने चाहिए. My host machines folder and my Docker containers folder should be the same. If they're different, it'll be a problem. So that's what I've done here. Now, when I started this Docker container, my folder that was empty initially is still empty. I was expecting it to be filled now. /temp/𝗏𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗀 /temp/𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Okay, let me do this. Docker ps docker exec-it sh cd slash temp/bolt-worker v a.ts, add some files here and exit. Do these files reach my host machine now? Exit ls, and they do. तो डॉकर बिल्ड के दौरान जो फाइल्स बन रही हैं उस फोल्डर में, दे आर नॉट कमिंग लेटर. Bind mount doesn't show files on host machine that exist in container. I'm sure some of you already. I did create a volume or whatever. So different things. This is not a Docker volume. This is a bind mount. It is being bound to my host machine and not to a Docker volume. It's a different thing. I'm trying to get files from my container to my host machine using bind mounts. Perfect, exactly what we need. But the existing files from the container are not showing up. Exactly the problem that I'm facing. Folder structure be same hai. This is the directory in my host machine that I'm pointing to. This is the container of the application. App already contains the code, yada, yada, yada. You are in the wrong track. Yes, I feel that as well, sir. It doesn't work like that, is what I felt. Regardless of the mount propagation, which is about to propagate information from child mounts to the within the mount, if you bind a host folder to a container, the container folder will be eclipsed with the content of the host folder. So if the host folder is empty, the container will see an empty folder. It literally does the same as, yeah, that makes sense. So ये मेहनत जो हमने करी किसी काम नहीं आई guys. This was not super helpful. Doing this and doing this. But the good thing is I can just run it on my machine locally. Is not an empty directory, and that is fine. rm-r bolt-worker git clone followed by npm install. Readme will update, guys. ये नहीं करना है. Don't do this. Do this. There we go. I've updated the readme as well, so you guys will be able to follow it along from there. इसको रिस्टार्ट करेंगे एंड git status git add readme updated readme push it. ठीक है जी, डन. Now let's try it one more time. Let's go to localhost:3000. Am I running everything? I think so. Let me restart the Docker container just for kicks, but I think everything should be working. I have nothing running over here. Let's close it. Front end running over here. Back end running over here. Nothing running over here. Let's close it. Nothing running over here. Close it. Docker container for VS Code running over here. Let me just restart it with the folder mounted, which is great. And then this one should probably start the worker. cd apps slash, no, wrong one. cd apps slash worker and one index.ts. All right, let's try it one more time. Create a chess app or to-do application. Send it. Moment of truth. Running command npm install something. Running command npm install something. All of these are appearing over here as well. Beautiful. Now comes a very interesting thing to build. ये एक छोटी चीज लगेगी आपको, but it is underrated on how good it is when it comes to the UX and how hard it is to build. Bolt में, not our website, but in Bolt, and किसी को independently करना है तो कर लो. If one of you wants to do it independently, do it. I'll do a bounty, $100. What you have to do is this. Okay, whenever I do something over here, right, there is a Bolt terminal. Along with my VS Code terminal that I can start more of, there is a programmatic terminal जो user को दिखता है जहाँ पे they can see all of those commands running. We don't have that yet. Unfortunately for our website, even though these commands are running this command, updating these files, that file isn't opening over here. If I am actually updating file layout.tsx, that file should open over here. That happens for Bolt. Okay, jo edit ho raha hota hai, that all opens over here, Make it cleaner. When I run this follow-up prompt, the LLM tells it to do 10 different things. For example, do this. So you see this happening in real time. We don't have that yet. We are not programmatically controlling VS Code on the browser like this. And it also doesn't let you edit. It tells you you cannot edit when AI is editing it. So we don't have that. Even though everything is working, but UX wise, I hope you guys understand why this is so bad. It seems like it worked वैसे. तो npm run web. वो दिखा नहीं तो मजा सा नहीं आया. I did not see the AI doing things on my front end, which is why I did not have a lot of fun. It still did the thing, and the application, it still wrote some code for me, but it wasn't as much fun to look at. So let's see, do we have a to-do application running? If I go to localhost 8081, wait for it. It says bundling failed because it can't resolve this dependency. React native get random values. Did the AI tell us to run npm install react native get random values? Yes. Did we run this command? Probably. But it still did not come over here. It did not install over here for some reason. Even though the AI told कि run करना है, most probably we ran this as well. It did not actually happen. I have to do it manually again. This is one of the bugs that I've mentioned in the README as well. If you go to readme.md, the bugs that I mentioned were one of this UI cleanups, figure out, yeah, this one. This specific bug still exists. I'm sure someone has created a PR for it, so we'll look at it if that has happened. But for now, let me just test this locally, so aapko bhi dikh jaye how can you run the same thing locally. React native get random values. And seems like that is done. Let's do a npm run web now. Let's go to localhost 8081. Of course, all of this is going to change. We now have to deploy the worker on a auto scaling group. And then after that, I will not have to go to localhost 8081. I will go to a different URL. This is supposed to change. And I totally get if you are feeling here, to 𝗥𝗲𝗻𝗲𝗿𝗶 hai. I'm running it locally, right? Another weird thing that happened, unable to resolve zoostand from this thing. So again, did it say npm install zoostand? It did. But did zoostand actually install? It didn't. So I'm running it manually, zoostand. But we need to figure out, okay, when the LLM tells us to run a bunch of npm install commands, some of them are failing right now. Unfortunately, we don't know why. We have to figure out why. npm run web. These are the hard bits that that no one will value in a company. Okay, you will tell your manager, okay, sir, it was not running, and I have zero clue as to why this is not working, right? I have a few vectors to explore, but I can't pinpoint abhi se ki ye kyun galat hai. And ye cheezein hoti hain that take 8 hours in your day, and it's very hard for you to sort of explain it to your manager, and manager is like, why are things going slow? And you're like, because it was not working. There you go. That's a to-do application. I can add a new to-do application, click on plus. I see it over here. I can delete it, active, completed, so on and so forth. Have you guys tried this? Someone tried this recently. Okay, they created a website and then they just told the AI, okay, make it cleaner, make it cleaner, make it cleaner. Follow prompts look the same. Make it even more prettier. So when I send it this, another front-end bug that we have is this command that I sent comes over here, make it even more prettier, but all the steps that the AI is following come over here. So we need to fix this. Okay, they need to come create a to-do application, all of these commands, then make it even more prettier, then all of these commands. So ye cheez fix karni hai. If you want to pick it up, will require some backend changes. Just I did this in 10 minutes last my video. That's why it's so janky like this. All right. We added expo vectors. We added expo linear gradient. Hopefully that makes this to-do application very pretty. Let's wait for it to finish. Again, I'll have to manually install these dependencies. I think this is still not working, but we'll see. Keep going. Updated another to-do item.tsx. Wait, you get the biggest UX uptick that you can give me right now, right? Okay, whenever this thing is happening, VS Code should open that file and we should see the file being edited in real time like it happens on Bolt. We don't have that right now. And this is the polish that will take a lot of time. One bad thing about engineers, you build something like ban gaya and fuck it, I'm going to move to the next project. But these last level polishes are the things that take 90% of the time, and building a project in 4 hours is easy. Polishing it is 40 hours of work, which is what we're doing right now. All right. The AI is doing a lot of work. That's a lot of file editing to make it even more prettier. So I'm hopeful now, okay, the done. So it has completed all of its steps. And again, I'll have to manually install Expo linear gradient. And let's do an npm run web, because this is the dependency that should have been installed, but for some reason our npm install command is failing. No, I did refresh that, which I guess is fine. Yeah, this is running. Expo linear gradient is another dependency that the AI told to install, but we didn't. npm install expo linear gradient. npm run web. Wait for it. Oh, super chat miss. Sorry, 1 second. How much would class 12th matter in getting a job? Well, no, that doesn't matter too much, or at all. Like I had, not to flex, but I had like a 95% back in 12th. But if I had a 33, not a 33, but for 70%, nothing would have mattered. All right, AI has bugs, guys. Cannot read property of undefined and completed to do's count. So let's search for this over here. This is human only. Or I can just maybe ask AI to fix it. I can ask AI, okay, fix this error. And let's see if AI is smart enough to do that. There's an error that came, and now I've asked AI to fix it. You can see it over here. Okay, fix this error, and then let's see what the AI responds with. I could have done it manually as well. I'm just forcing myself right now to use only AI to fix the bugs that AI has put right now. And either the LLM hallucinated or the worker is dead. Inspect network, send that again. Preview actions. Did I not send that request? Oh, there you go. I did send that request. The LLM is doing its thing. It updated a few things. Hopefully that fixed it. Go back here. You see the UI bugs, right? Refresh. There you go. Wow, the LLM fixed its own error. That's surprising. Cool. It does look prettier, but is there scope of improvement? Yes, sir. So one last time I'm going to do this. Make it even prettier, you Dumbo. It looks so bad right now. Think like a designer, make it top notch. All right, last prompt for right now. I've sent it. And yeah, it does appear like that prompt is sent. I'm going to wait for it to become even more prettier now. Okay, so it added a bunch of dependencies. Lottie React Native, that's probably for animations, if I'm not wrong. So, I'm hoping a bunch of fancy animations to come on this to-do application. Lottie component library, where is it? Let's look at this. Yeah, I think it's for animations. I've seen this in the past. Yeah, 𝗟𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 the app to be super fancy. Now that we're using, Lottie React Native. Wait for it. It added a colors.ts, a theme.ts. So it's doing its thing. Let me answer this a few questions. Someone has them. What happened to IGL app? I think you guys will know tomorrow. You guys will know tomorrow. Video your own token on TRC20 network. Isn't TRC20 EVM based? Isn't it the same as building an EVM file or what an ERC20 token. So just go through any video that shows you how to do an ERC20 token and then change the chain to TRC20, you're good to go. Who uses TRC20? A friend of mine does. There's a friend of mine who has, his company's up Uber. He wanted crypto recently. He told me about, he uses TRC20 actively. So now I sent him money on Solana, but now he's returning it to me on TRC20 and I don't have a TRC20 address. So I have to figure that out. Today only he messaged me, what's your TRC20 address? And I was like, I don't have one. All right. Expecting AI to, blow me away, and it did. Cannot read property of undefined 0. Colors dot background gradients of 0. Colors of... Why am I spending my time here by saying, we know it works or whatever. If it doesn't work, it's the AI and we need to, it'll take us time for... There are other ways, prompting techniques to fix it. Why am I spending my time here? Colors dot... What is it? Oh, wait, I changed something. Colors dot background gradient. Let me just spend 2 more minutes here, then we'll, get to what we have to do next. Which, you guys can probably see the easiest thing to do here, which is, oh yeah, it doesn't exist. So what is colors? Background gradient. Yeah, something is up. AI did not do really well on this. There is no colors dot background gradient, but it is using colors dot background gradient in a few places. So let me ask it to fix it. Send. And is that sent? It is. We'll wait for the AI to fix it. Last thing, ticket. Then we'll get into the next bit, which probably is going to be. So I'll do a poll. There are 4 or 5 issues to fix now. One is deploying this, which is the hardest bit, because deploying this requires another service that I haven't yet showed you guys. If you go to worker orchestrator /index.ts, there's a lot of code written here, which we wrote in the last, like on Sunday in the cohort class. So, if you were in the cohort, if you are in cohort 3, you probably understand some of this. We did this in the cohort class. It was a 2-hour class, 2.5-hour class, where we just wrote 78 lines of code. But there's a lot to learn over here on how to build auto scaling systems, which is something that we're doing right now. We need auto scaling systems. One of very challenging classes because the architecture is very counterintuitive. So everyone has questions. Okay, how are we going to support 1,000 machines, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗀𝗃? So this question came a lot. And the answer was that machines are cheap. A machine is like $20 a month. So you can spend $20,000 a month if you're making 10 mil a month, right? Or sorry, 1 mil a month, what these guys are making. So that's why the math just works out. Bundling itself failed. Let's start it one more time. And this is the last time I'm trying it. Even if it's bad, it's fine. So, and then I'll do a poll, okay, what feature to build next, we'll build that feature. Now it's just iterating on a bunch of features, making the thing polished and deploying it. So, we'll figure out which of those features to build next. When I build this, immediately the bundling fails, and that's just not an error, it's just a warning. I say, web bundling failed, or React Native is not present, so npm install. That's probably the first one we should fix. npm install React Native. That's the first issue that we should fix. Okay, npm install is not happening. Even if the AI tells you to do npm install 5 times, some of them install, some of them don't install for some reason. That's the first thing we should fix. But I'll do a poll. If you want to do something else, we'll do something else. That also reminds me I have food that I forgot to eat. Refresh. Did I answer the super chat? I think I did. What was it? Fan funding. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. What was the second one? Beginner learned web dev from cohort 3 web dev. Beginner learning web dev from cohort 3 web dev? Question mark? What is that question? मुझे question नहीं समझ आया भाई. Join cohort 3 now, waiting for next ending class 12. I'm so confused. Either I can't read these questions or the question says join cohort 3 now, or wait for the next cohort. So I'm unsure when the next cohort will happen, if it happens at all, because this one's going really long. Abhi to bahut kuch pada hai. It'll probably be 6 more months here. 6-7 months have passed and 6-7 more months are going to come. It'll be like a 1-year cohort. So probably don't wait for the next one, is what I would say. Okay, I was just being dumb. I can read this now. Learning web dev from cohort 3, web dev question mark. ये तो मुझे नहीं समझ आया question. All right, going back to chat, and this was done. Let's see. Still failing. Why is it still failing? I just want to see it in action once. कि क्या बनाया है AI ने, and then we will get into what feature to build next. Let's also add fav icon. It's just giving this very ugly warning that I don't want to see. Images, copy. Oh, it does work. Oh no, sorry, my bad. Unable to read from browser. Make sure you have granted access. Website to read from the clipboard. Oh, yeah, that's not great. I can do a CP command, I guess, but wait before that. Unable to resolve at npm install at 𝗏𝗏 files dot 𝗏𝗏 -react. Oh, last try, guys. It doesn't happen. We move on to building the next feature for today. And we can always come back to this and see what's up. Most probably, either the AI hallucinated or we missed one of the AI commands. And at some point, if I'm going to tell this AI to do the same thing again, make it prettier, make it prettier, make it prettier, at some point it will break. And very surprised it happened so early. But when I was trying this in the video as well, tab also I saw, okay, hi, there you go, work now. So I told it to make it prettier. I don't think it changed it too much वैसे. Also a bunch of warnings. We'll have that thing. एक और है तुम्हारे पास? है ना? दिखाओ. अच्छा ठीक. अच्छा. So yeah, see ठीक है. Decent-ish to-do application that we have working. And this is bold. That's pretty good. Cool है जी. तो समझ आया सबको? Let's do a poll. Did you guys understand what was happened? या सब ऊपर से गया है? Start a poll. Are we doing good? And you should select no if you are not doing good and you don't understand anything and सब ऊपर से जा रहा है, मजा नहीं आ रहा है. Simple हरकीरत एक e-commerce website हो जाए तो मजा आ जाए. But if you feel like you're understanding things, then select yes. All right, that's good. Very, very encouraging. So now there are a few issues that we need to fix. Okay, the percentage is going down. Let me stop the poll before it reaches 50%. Cohort/mobile magic. बहुत जल्दी हो गया. This took us 1 hour. And I can go really slow and teach you. But then what? You'll hit a wall. Hit the wall early. Try to set the project up locally. Break your head. I've done it in front of you. Pause it at a few points. The people who get the most value in the cohort are people who pause the video बीच-बीच, then do the thing again. अच्छा हरकीरत भाग गया तो let's do it again. Try that. Cool. Noida में कहाँ है आपका office? This one's in 62. But again, don't come tomorrow unless you're in the cohort. You've been approved. You'll be given an approval. Only if you have the approval, only then come. Otherwise, don't come. We will have checks. I promise this time. We never do. Cool. There are a few issues to fix now. readme.md. And ये सामने है. Much needed, but I don't want to do this right now. Someone will do it. Not needed at all. Needed, but after this feature is done. So this is an important feature, and this one are the 4 contenders at the moment. So which issue do you guys want to solve right now? Your thoughts on .NET? I know some companies use them. So 67% are doing good. That is good. And 33%, tell me what to fix, and I'm happy to do that. If the answer is go slow, then we can spend all day just setting up the project, but that's not good, right? Cool. What issue to fix? First, npm install from LLM doesn't work from time to time. Doesn't work. चलो इतना कर देता हूँ. Second one, deploy orchestrator auto scaling. Third one, send user diff back to LLM. So basically what is happening right now is if I go to the website and change a file, the LLM is not aware of this because I'd made these file changes locally. If I change something here, LLM को पता ही नहीं है कि ये file change हो गई है. So the LLM will not respond in a good fashion because it doesn't know a file has been changed. So we need to make the LLM aware of this. That's the third issue. And the fourth one is UI cleanups. which God, if you guys select this, I'll just stop the stream. So what are we doing? What is the next issue that you guys want to solve? Let's play a song until then. Let's play Sujit's favorite song. All right, npm install when it doesn't work. Great. It's a digestible issue, which is why I like that it's digestible. मतलब वो एक simple issue है जो आप शायद खुद सीख पाओ उससे. And the other one that's a good contender right now is deploying the application and auto scaling. I will go really fast on that, and that probably not teach you much. So ठीक है, let's do this. Let's do npm install from the LLM doesn't work. A few people have created PRs, so we can read through these PRs as well, and we'll see if someone has fixed it, and if not, then we'll fix the issue ourselves from first principles, figure out what's up. ठीक है जी, चलो 5-minute break, then we'll start. Let me not put the video here, stream रुक जाती है. तो Q&A. Does backlog matter? Backlog in what? Oh, अच्छा. Probably on campus placement it will. Cohort here is super 30. Curious to ask you, super for networking focused rather than learning. I don't know, very personal choice. Like Cohort is much cheaper, right? So you have to figure out if the math works for you or not. It's a good song, just wait for the drop. Use cloak for hiding N. Okay. Cloak hide env. What is that? Beautiful. Thank you, sir. That's version control. My bad. Extensions cloak. That's not a lot of downloads, makes me a little anxious, honestly. Giving someone access to my environment variables, but I'll still do it because I trust you. But it's a little anxious, like anxiety inducing. Let me see if this worked. .env. It didn't do anything. I still see the secret right here. Yeah, uninstall. Installed. .env. Didn't do anything. Probably not installing it correctly, but I've removed it for now. Alright, the winner is LLM install ko fix karna 38%. That's what we'll do after this song. Does making a problem solve project help get placed? I don't know what that means. Only React.js. Open command prompt and say toggle secrets. Toggle secrets. Appreciate it. So let's try that again. All right. Let's try it. .env. Toggle secrets. Well, it hid one of them. It did not hide the other one. Like it hid my JW public key, which I didn't care about. Oh, I have to go to individual ones and do it. Toggle secrets. Yeah, I think I know what it is. You need quotes around it. Like every environment variable that has quotes around it will get hidden, other ones won't. So toggle secrets, and there you go. So now, haha, you guys can't see my Anthropic key. So thank you, whoever suggested cloak. Question is, if I close and reopen, will it still stay? I'm hoping it will. Cool. Remove these, not needed anymore. Git status, git add Docker file. Update Docker file. All right, fixing a simple issue. The issue is, so let me take you to the architecture now. we have something called the worker. I repeat, we have something called this worker, which exists in apps/worker. And if you look at it, whenever the user sends a prompt, right, कि ये कर दो, make the application prettier, it puts something in the database and eventually hits the LLM. That's what happens in this line of code. Client.message.stream, and we send them all the existing prompts. ये history of prompts है और ये नई चीज़ है जो user करना चाह रहा है. This is the new thing that the user wants to do. And then the LLM responds with a bunch of text. We send that to a parser and then we call it a parse function over there. What happens in the end is there is this function called onFileUpdate and then there is this function called onShell command that gets called. ये जो onShell command function है, this actually executes the shell command. That means npm run, start, npm install xyz, so on and so forth. So this is what I want to change in the first place. कि सबसे पहली बात, this should all run in a sudo terminal that opens like Bolt. What happens in Bolt is, if I go to Bolt, again, underrated how difficult of an issue this will be and how easy it looks. It feels like ये तो VS Code है, this terminal should be very easy to open, but it's not. VS Code, we need to automate. Like, did you see the terminal pop up automatically? Did you see commands run there automatically? LLM is sort of instructing to run these commands. So this is one thing we need to figure out. We need to figure out, is this UI the VS Code UI? Is this a custom UI that the Bolt folks have written? Probably a custom UI is my guess. Have they changed the code of VS Code to add this tab? Do they have a custom VS Code build? Have they written an extension on top of it? Yeah, hard bit. I would learn this if I was you and if I was, looking for that remote job and cribbing, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗀𝗀 talks about such high offers, but no one gets them. This would be one way to get them, because Cursor is a very big company, and Windsurf is a very big company now. These guys are very big. All of them are using VS Code. They need people who understand the code base of VS Code really well. So if you can, this is one of many challenges that you can solve. Same is true for Cursor, right? If you look at Cursor, it's just VS Code, which is this thing right here, with a bunch of this, whatever, command. How do you open chat in Cursor? I don't know, Command L, yeah, whatever this is on the right. So there's like some custom tabs that they've added on top of VS Code. The same is true over here. We need to do the same thing now. I don't know how to do it. We'll figure it out. Okay, is this a custom tab? Is this a pseudo terminal? Is this existing inside? It is existing inside VS Code for sure, right? ये पूरा इसका tab है. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि this is a raw div that they've spit on top of this VS Code instance. Because as I scroll this up, you see this toggle bar go up and down, which means this is part of VS Code for sure. It is a sort of a custom terminal tab. This is a normal terminal tab. I can create a new normal terminal tab, custom terminal tab. What do we have in our website? We have, the old ugly looking VS Code thing that I see locally as well. So for the people who are saying, build Cursor, that's step one of building Cursor, is, customizing the VS Code UI. Do I know how to do it? No. But will we figure it out? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we spend 5 hours on this and reach nowhere. So let's do this. Rather than trying to fix that, what were we trying to fix right now? कि ये commands चलती नहीं है. Whenever onShell command runs, I run an npm install xyz library, that it doesn't install. If I have a terminal that opens on my UI, if I have a terminal that opens over here, and I is actually running the command, if it fails, I will see why is it failing right in front of my eyes. So let's build that VS Code feature. Let's customize code server. ये मैं कह रहा हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता होगा कि नहीं. I mean, this is totally possible. This is really hard to do. But something we will try. Has anyone already done this? Anyone in chat know how to do this already? And if not, of course we will do it. But does anyone? Bolt uses xterm shell and code mirror for editor. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know if they use code mirror. Code mirror is not as finessed as VS Code, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't think they're doing this. I could be wrong. I mean, we can confirm, right? You probably have confirmed. You're not talking out of your ass, are you? Bolt.new, right click, inspect. Why do they? Actually, we will never know what Bolt.new uses because, or let's not even focus on what Bolt uses because these guys are what? These guys have their own technology called Web containers. Let's focus on what Lovable does. Let's try to debug their thing. What have they done? And let's leave Bolt aside for a moment because they have whatever their own protocol. Let's not go there. We're not using web containers right now, so there might be a lot of things that make sense for them that don't make sense for us. Lovable is a better website to look at when it comes to this. And oh boy, these guys don't even have VS Code. That is not great. Seems like they just give you the files and they don't really have a VS Code thingy that you can edit from. See, there's so much scope for improvement. There are two big companies here and one of them doesn't even have VS Code right now. We'll see, we'll see. Let's let it finish. Maybe I'm wrong and in the end VS Code spits out. But this was very close to how Claude responds. And in the end, they're just, opening an iframe that displays it. Interesting. Wait for it. I'll answer questions until then. Anyone have any specific question? Code going. When will it end? You start the next live cohort. So yeah, next live code is not starting at least for another year, I think, if at all. And the current code will go on for the next 6 months at the very least. I'm aiming to finish it before the college starts. So June, July is when I'm aiming to finish it, but we'll see. All right, a few more questions while this is happening. Kotlin React Native for Android dev. For Android, Kotlin. For iOS, React Native or Flutter. Personal choice. Not just streams when God kill me. 6 months you've been asking me. Abhi kar lete hain. College fees, I think it's up to now. It was 12 lakh before, like 3 lakhs a year. I think now it's 16 or 17. So 4 lakhs a year, something like that. How to join second year of college? If you're asking to join laterally, it's a tough process. Like you should talk to someone from the team, but it won't be very easy. It will depend on a lot of things, what degree you've done, what courses you've done, do they match this uni's courses, so on and so forth. जा रहे हो, अब घर ही जा रहे हो? चलो, मिलते हैं भाई, take care. तो महीने बाद भी मिलोगे? हाँ, बैंगलोर में मिलेंगे मतलब, ठीक. By the way, Bangalore meetup guys, register. If you guys are here, let me post a link. It's first come, first serve, so I would do it quick. We're doing a Bangalore meetup. We're keeping it open right now, but I don't know how many people will come eventually. But if it's a lot of people, then it will be first come, first serve. Here is the link for it. Put 100x devs if you want to. If not, that's fine as well. But here is the link for the Bangalore meetup. It's happening in the same location the last one happened, and it's our convention center, and we're doing it with Solana, so there's food and everything. And there's some comedian that will come. No promises, but we'll see. Oh, they do have code, alrighty. Code. Waiting for sandbox. So they use Code Mirror, do they? If you want to make changes, chat or export to GitHub. Interesting. So they have not solved this problem yet. And I don't know what this is, but it looks closer to Code Mirror, or they have their own custom implementation. Damn it. Okay, so we can't use this. So someone said they use Code Mirror plus. Oh, they do use Code Mirror. You're not actually. I think VS Code uses Code Mirror, which is why you think these guys use Code Mirror, but I don't think they're using Code Mirror. Could I be wrong? I probably. Well, you might just be right, sir, because it does look closer to VS Code, but there's no clear sign right now. How can I confirm this is VS Code or not? cd/bin echo hostname chmod ps zsh v. How can I confirm if they're using VS Code or not? I need to do this quick. Yeah, there's no easy way for me to tell, is there? Yeah, there's no sign that this is VS Code. You might be right. This might not be VS Code. This might just be. So Code Mirror probably has, a VS Code theme or something. Let's see, a demo. Do they have file system? Probably they do. So you might be right. They probably do use Code Mirror. And I might be dumb here to assume they're using some they're using some whatever of .idea files. Yeah, that's one way to confirm. कहाँ गया? This one right here. CD project cat.idea. Now I'm slowly beginning to believe him. These are pseudo terminals and that is actually nah, that's not easy. What I was thinking was let me inspect the requests and see. Never mind. Let's not go there. All right, sir. Anyone have any thoughts, or do we have to change the architecture? Thinking, still exploring, pondering. Okay, first question. Is this in any way a better UX than that? Having VS Code open over here, is it better for any reason at all? Probably. Yeah, I think so. I think if you have VS Code, it's good. The only thing is how do you control VS Code programmatically? But again, then there's so much bloat here. कितनी सारी चीजें हैं यहाँ पे versus both look so clean. So I don't know. I'm in double minds right now as to should I use this custom component and have pseudo terminals at the bottom, or should I have the other thing? Still contemplating. Still contemplating. What does Devin use? Probably ran out of credits here. Although I think I'm on the enterprise now. But what does Devin use? We got much more functionality, but we can create a custom config for it. What do you think about the Claude code? I haven't tried it. I probably should. Oh, I do have it. Great. So what do these guys do? Shell browser editor. What is this? Is this VS Code? Doesn't look like VS Code. Why is everyone writing custom? Oh shoot. Editors. What am I missing here? Probably not the pseudo terminal. Browser. That's fine. We don't need it. Editor. Yeah, you guys might be right. So they're not using VS Code. And if Devin isn't either, neither is Bolt, lovable to bhul hi jao, then we probably should do the same thing. We probably need to do that. I'm not paying $500. It's getting reimbursed at the moment. Harkirat Singh, online code editors use custom code editors. The code editor is Monaco, a fork of CodeMirror. You are right, sir. But the problem again with Monaco is that you don't have terminals in there, do you? You don't have the file system on the left. वो सारा हमें खुद बनाना पड़ेगा ना, or am I missing something? Like this is fine, this is great. I can build this. What I'm worried about is now I have to build the sidebar myself, and all of these things, which I don't want to do that. But if I don't have any choice, I will have to do this. I was just hoping, okay, there is something built on top of Monaco editor that takes a file system as an input, just unfurls it. College campus, soon enough. We'll do a reveal or whatever. We have two options right now. One of them is a little too student of the year and a little too big for 150 people, which is what we're hoping. The other one is decent, like it's more than enough for 150 people, but not for more. उससे ज़्यादा है तो हालत खराब हो जाएगी. So we're deciding amongst the two. With file system. There you go. Someone has asked it, and the language real file system you need to access the system of the client or synchronize the client server. You're doing it. The language server runs on the real file system, so you need to access the system of the client. Just watching the model change. Okay, what is the question again? How to build the file system of Monaco editor? I created two models, index.ts with code below. When you press, yeah, this might be another problem with Monaco, sir. Yeah, there you go. There's another problem with Monaco. you will start to see import errors like these. Yeah, what have they suggested though? The language server runs on the real file system. You either need to access the server file system from the client or synchronize the client changes on the file system. There are multiple ways of doing it. Just watching the model change and adding them to the disk, not recommended. Implement and registering a file system overlay from VS Code files server override. Nice, but not trivial to implement. Use VS Code X host server. This is probably what we have to do. Fully automatic, but has some downsides. It requires its own WebSocket and it needs to be. This is very similar to what code server is. But here, let me just look at this third suggestion. VS Code extension host. When using VS Code, the extension will run VS Code's local extension host if exists locally, meaning the user doesn't have to install the extensions on the remote. The backend of VS Code as a standalone NPM package. Beautiful. This repository is where we, Microsoft, develop a VS Code product together with the community, not whatever. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this project, VS Code ext host plus the Monaco editor equal to code server. Is that right? Code server, this project that you see over here is nothing but the VS Code frontend and backend, right? And VS Code frontend is built on top of Monaco. Again, you know, I am super conflicted. We could just use code sandbox, right? But we don't want to. We want to own the server where this happens. Devin uses its own. Yeah, everything is fine with our own editor. The only problem is LSPs. How do you does this guy have LSPs? It does. Bro, they do use VS Code or some version of VS Code. This no one's writing all this themselves. Or if Monaco provides it, which I doubt is true. And the same is true for Bolt. Where is it? There it is. Component. Oh God, I wrote Astro code. Okay, well they don't have an LSP running, so you might be right. These guys don't care. ठीक है. Final solution, guys, from my side. The call that we're going to take is we are going to try to see if VS Code can be controlled remotely. By which I mean कि क्या हम किसी तरीके से VS Code में ऐसे terminals को start कर सकते हैं? Can we start such terminals programmatically in VS Code? The answer might be no. In which case we will have to fall back to whatever they are doing or our own approach. But for now, I want to give this one shot. Okay, even if we have VS Code running, which is this thing over here, can we somehow programmatically start the terminal? Can we somehow run some commands over there that the user can see over here as well? So is there a way to talk to the VS Code backend to be able to do this? Does someone already know this? I repeat the question. The question is, try code to see VS Code. Yeah, they probably don't have that. There's a very high probability that is not true. And I checked the bin folder, it did not exist. Code -- version. Code returns nothing, but doesn't complain either. Either way, trying to see if someone has a suggestion. So it's good to nope. Okay, wait. For the file tree libraries like JS tree, yeah, it is tempting and something we will have to explore. But abhi ke liye, let's try for 5 minutes to see if we can programmatically control VS Code. And if that's not the case, then we'll do this. Cursor is doing that, right? Whenever I do command K, do something, it writes a lot of code over here. It's able to navigate files, things like these. Anyways, this is something good to learn. Why? Because if you want to join Cursor, you need to know how to do this. Ye jo hua abhi. So let's spend some time there. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We'll write a raw approach and put whatever we want over here. Cool. Chalo, let's. So code, VS Code backend talk programmatically. Open terminal. I guess that's the first thing I want to try. See, I'm running a bash script inside VS Code terminal. I want to be able to launch Docker exec shell in another terminal, split vertically. VS Code.commands.execute command, workbench.action.terminal.split. There we go. That sounds simple enough. So since you tagged VS Code extensions, can you do this? Oh, there's also workbench.action.terminal. Whatever. Alrighty. Seems like this is very possible. Question is, where does VS Code exist, or where can I run these commands? So what are we using? We are using code mirror. Let's go through their docs and see what it has to say. Not code mirror. What are we using? Code server. Alrighty. Docs. Use something like shell or shelly or brawl stars, which uses your favorite. Also the total trophies. What is that question? Can you tell, do you like Shelley or 𝗥𝗲𝗵𝗹𝗀𝗀 in? No idea what that question is. In VS Code, if you click Command Shift Plus, it will open CMD. That is fine. We can't press that though. Like this, all of this needs to be done completely programmatically. Docs about that is fine. That is not what we want. User administration. Setup, infrastructure, networking, nope. Integrations, external auth, what are those templates users, tutorials, nope. Oh, there you go. API root handler, build authorization, authentication, organization, port sharing, schemas, templates, users, workspace, proxies, workspaces, create a user workspace by organization. It does have a bunch of API files. There you go. Example request using call files. It probably returns the files, but we need more. Get file by ID, upload file. That's good. It's a good starting point. We don't want that. We want a terminal somehow. Debug. That is not what we want. Get workspace by, that's not what we want. Try port tunneling. Where is it? Port, I see port sharing, which is not what we need. Port share. Command line. Open VS Code. Organization. No, this is not it. This is for running. This is not what. This will not most probably let us do what we want to do. Bash terminal. कोई है भाई बंदा स्मार्ट हम में या हम ही हैं पागल? We can't do that. We don't want to do that what we did in Replit. We can do that. That just means we're building VS Code from scratch. And I want to learn how to customize VS Code. I don't want to learn how to build VS Code. You get me? We can do that. We've already done that in a Bolt video. We created a custom whatever, VS Code thingy, but we don't want to do that right now. We are trying our best to see there is somehow we can programmatically or through APIs control VS Code. And if it doesn't happen, then of course we'll do what you're talking about. And we'll write it from scratch. That's fine. And I'm trying to see if there's a way around it. code server open terminal automatically. Open terminal opens a new tab. This is an issue. Yeah, let's just leave what stack. Oh yeah, of course. Stackblitz doesn't really matter, right? All of that, I mean, that is running in the browser, but so yes, yeah, like it is probably a pseudo terminal that's, not probably, it is a pseudo terminal that's talking to something in the browser. So not even a comparison we can make right now. Yeah, this seems like an over-engineered approach now. Okay, we might be able to figure out a way to do this, but it'll just be very put together. Open terminal Mac. But we don't want to do that. Hold on. Commands triggers actions with code. Configure a key binding. Then you've worked with commands. Commands also useful extension expose user. Actions in VS Code UI, which is what we want. All right. So there is an extension called command, or there is something called commands generally. VS Code includes a large set of built-in commands that you can use to interact with the editor. That's exactly what we want. Programmatically executing a command, the VS Code command.execute command for API executes a command. This lets you, this is the fine. The editor.action.add command line command, for example, comments the currently selected line in the active text editor. That's cool. That is very cool. Very close to what we need. Links that execute a given command, they can be used as clickable links. Great, not what we want. Creating new command, not what we want. Creating a user-facing command. VS Code.commands.register command only binds a command ID to a handler function. This exposes the command in the command palette discoverable by users. So given I am able to create a, okay, let's search command over here. Administration. Let's just search for command generally over here. The command, this command can be used to forward TCP UDP ports from the remote workspace that can be accessed locally. Nah, that's not it. Use dev tunnels. What are dev tunnels? Local web services across the internet. I don't think this is it. No, that's not it. This is it. This is most probably what we want. Question is, how do you send a command to code server? Following command, nope. How to develop VS Code? I run a headless Ubuntu and just like that, code server, which is a way equivalent to deploying VS Code. Do you use code server to edit the code of VS Code? That's not the question I was looking for. I don't think code server to edit VS Code, but it should work like any other editor. Anyone know any good suggestions, or do I have to keep looking here? I found a small issue in the code base. Use continue dev, use cursor itself. What kind of, what's your favorite gun? M416 node. Which is, sorry, please write a VS Code terminal programmatically. God damn it. All right, guys. 5 more minutes. on this, नहीं तो फिर writing everything from scratch, creating our own editor should be the title of this video. Then we'll write the whole editor from scratch ourselves, and that's fine. I'm thinking कि इसमें कुछ issues हैं क्या? वैसे we would have had to do that anyways because as the user comes and edits their files, I repeat, as the user makes some diffs to the file, कहाँ गया? If the user comes and changes some things over here, we need to keep track of these diffs because we need to let the LLM know this. But which would have been something we could have figured out in VS Code, but it'll just be easier if we have our own custom editor. Still thinking, still contemplating, nothing is set in stone, still have 5 minutes. But yeah, most probably leaning towards, we might have to do this programmatically, which means we might have to rewrite our own VS Code like editor. All right, 5 minutes, let me Google with my best, and in the worst case, we do what we do. Run VS Code command. Nope. VS Code command, open terminal. Why are the questions the same? Programmatically. There we go. As soon as possible, launch is good debugger. There you go. Okay, for this we need an extension installed, I guess. You can only run all of this code if you're creating your own VS Code extension, which can do a lot of things, whatever, start the editor. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. We can create a VS Code extension that does its thing. And whatever. Yeah, that would be very cool. What if we create a VS Code extension that has a WebSocket connection to the browser and is listening for things like, open the terminal, and the VS Code extension opens the terminal, and run this command, and the VS Code extension runs the command. Should we do that? Should we create a VS Code extension that is talking to an HTTP server, the browser basically, and the browser is telling the VS Code extension to do something? I don't know if that's doable. Like, can you have a VS Code extension that's, listening to something on the internet? Probably can. That might be it. That might be one way to do this. So has anyone here created a VS Code extension in the past? If not, then we'll explore that together. npm install, no code, yes, nah. Okay, some people say yes, some people say no. Okay. Do you want to do this? That seems like the only other approach. Like, either we have to edit the code of VS Code itself, which is what Cursor is doing, or we have to create an extension that is talking to the browser and telling Cursor to do this. I can't think of another reason. WebSockets and Monaco editor is good point. Sujit makes a good point. Over engineering much. Yes, but the one good thing that comes with VS Code is this whole syncing of the file system on the browser and the file system on the server. This will get tricky as we get rid of VS Code and build our own thing. Hey, Sujit, if you are here, how have you not figured this out? Like, why is this not possible? And why can't we programmatically open terminals? Cursor does that. Cursor will programmatically write code or edit a file, show you a div. Why can't we do that? Or is that hard to do? Coder SSS workspace name npm install. Will that open a terminal though? That is the question. Working on this kind of service. That's good. I have two useless questions to you, Gun and bro. Oh God. I have asked same question, different guy. Why don't you explore the terminal API? All right. As always, we will do. I think the audience is smarter than I am, so What should be the end game of the editor? Create from scratch Monaco, sudo terminals, VS Code, create VS Code extension that programmatically does its thing. And is there a third approach? Keep figuring out VS Code commands that probably only have. I guess these are the only two approaches for now. So anyone, sorry, not anyone, everyone, what do you guys want to do? Create it from scratch using Monaco and sudo terminals. This would be very easy to start, but when we reach a point where we're supposed to talk to the server and sync files, it will become a pain in the ass. Check the sudo terminal API in VS Code docs. All right. VS Code docs sudo terminals. Create VS Code integrated with terminal custom. That's not it. Pretty empty. The VS Code terminal API is very limited, and sudo terminal API provides a little functionality out of the box. The sudo terminal demo will mimic a real terminal, allowing you to achieve functionality what in a VS Code extension. Uses some tutorial for its extension. Open VS Code, press F5, extend host. That's fine. Let's look at VS Code extension terminal API. Create options. Those object initialize a terminal. This is useful. Well, we might be getting somewhere here. VS Code API creation options. Okay. An individual terminal instance with an integrated terminal methods. Dispose, hide, send text, show. Beautiful. VS Code API. Just an API that you can invoke in your VS Code extension. So we still need an extension. Okay, 50-50 on the poll. Yeah, we probably have to create a VS Code extension that does this. The only question I have is, do VS Code extensions can they run? They probably can run in the background. Cursor probably use this in their fork. Are you building a browser-based IDE or VS Code fork of sorts with an LLM integration? The second option, Shruti Sagar. Creating an extension with WebSocket. All right, so that begs the question, how to create an extension. I guess this guy pointed to some tutorial, so let's just read through it. This guy pointed to a Cohort VS Code, create or play interactive coding tutorials in VS Code. Yeah, we don't want that. Okay, let's look at the official docs really quickly. VS Code extension API, get started. Your first extension, that's exactly what we want. This topic will teach you the fundamental concepts of building an extension. Make sure you have Node.js and Git installed. First, use whatever that is, and VS Code extension generator to scaffold a project. All right, so let's do that. Let's scaffold a fresh VS Code extension. Seems like we have moved off from what we were building to something new, but that is fine. Let's just do it in the same folder. So Magic Worker, Mobile Magic, and CD apps, and mkdir extension, mkdir extension, CD extension. Run this to create a fresh TypeScript. You should use human globally, and that's fine. For a typical, fill out the following fields. Yes. Inside the editor, open src-extensions.ts and press F5, or run the debug command to start debugging from the palette. This will compile and run the extension. Run the hello world command from the command palette. Okie dokie. You should see hello world notification pop up. Success. If you aren't able to do hello world from the debug window, check out package.json and make engines.vs code version compatible with the installed version of VS Code. Developing the extension. Let's make changes to the message. That's the easy bit. Here are some idea for you to try. Give the hello world command a new name. Contribute another command that displays the current time. Extension manifest to extend VS Code such as add commands, menus. Yeah, that's what we want. That's probably what these guys do as well. Like cursor is either editing the code base of VS Code or has just created a very fancy extension that's doing all of this. Because seems like the way to open a tab in VS Code or do something else is to create an extension that can do all of this, like send commands via an extension. So beautiful. Message with another VS Code API call to show warning message. Okay, that looks good. New extension. Okay, there you go. Is good. What is the name of your extension? We're going to call it Bolty Listener. What is the identifier? The same thing. Description of your application. Listens to changes from an LLM and runs those commands / changes those files. Sure, why not? Which bundler to use? Which one do they suggest? Probably ESBuild. Or they select unbundled. So let's select the same thing. Which package manager to use? Now they use npm, so let's stick to npm here. And wait for it. What are we doing? We're creating a VS Code extension, guys. What is re-engineering? I don't know. Tell us more about Handex School. What do you want to know? Just ask an actionable question and more than happy to answer. All right, open cursor, look at the newly created file over here called extension. cd apps / extension. Alrighty, cd bolty listener. All right, how do you run this again? First, let's try to explore this. First time I'm assuming the number of people writing these has gone up like crazy. Like VS Code extensions after AI became a thing and everyone's building a VS Code fork. The module VS Code contains the VS Code extension capability, extensibility API. Import, that's fine. Activate, congratulations, yours is now active. Disposable equal to register command, hello world. VS Code vendor.show information, hello from Bolty listener. Context.subscriptions.push, disposable. All right, that looks good. It seems like whenever you install the extension, activate runs. And in our case, it just pops up a warning or whatever, a thingy. So how do you do it? Change, how do you start it for the first time? F5, so extension.ts. F5 or run the command. So let's do F5 here. F5, that didn't do anything. So what is the other thing? Start debugging or run the command debug start debugging from the command prompt. So debug start debugging. Select debugger, VS Code extension development. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Here is another VS Code start that started. And I don't see a hello world thingy over here. Started this thing. And there is a hello world command here. So command should be hello world. Oh, there's a capital H. Extensions.ts F5 debug start debugging. It starts this, but if I do a hello world here, I don't see anything. Even though we have registered a bolty listener.hello world command. Looks a little different though. So command should be debug bolty Register command, this thing. The code you place will be executed every time the command is executed. The command has been defined in package.json. So it doesn't work for me. And I remember them telling us something. If you aren't able to run the hello command, you check the package.json, make sure that engine.vs code engine is compatible with the installed version of VS Code. So package.json here says engines.vs code is this thing, and cursor dash version. How do I get the version of VS Code I'm using here? Probably somewhere in about cursor 1.96.2. So 1.96.2. And let's try that again. Command Shift P, start debugging. Command P, hello. Oh, sorry. Command Shift P, hello world. Still don't see it. What am I missing? Nope, no one knows anything. Also, quick question. An extension, hello world. Debugging. Hold it. Hold your horses. Shouldn't change anything else. The command. See the command once on package.json. You mean these commands? Do I need to build the extension or something? Is that what you're saying? Don't think that should do anything. Sorry, wrong package.json. So scripts, VS Code pre-publish, compile, watch, test, lint. Yeah, none of these seem like. Try this on VS Code. Oh yeah, you're smart thing. Try this on why? What an idiot am I? That's such a beautiful suggestion. So projects, mobile magic / apps / extension. Let's open that. Let's go to source / extension.ts. Command Shift P, debug. What was it? Start debugging. VS Code extension development, that looks right. Hello world. Still did not happen. Command Shift P, hello. Nope, still did not happen. Why is that? Use VS Code, package.json line 17. A lot of people are telling me package.json line 17. It's the same person, I don't know. Let's see, VS Code. Open. Is this VS Code? It is. Package.json line 17, you say. Ooh. What's the problem here? The command is in package.json is bolty. Okie dokie. So debugging, you're saying search for bolty over here. Doesn't change anything. I think the name is what matters. What version of VS Code am I using? It is 1.85.1. So not that it should matter, 1.85.1. And let's do it again, debug. Hello world. There you go. I see it now. Okay, that took long. Okay. Hey, but there was a problem. Command bolt listener hello world not found. Why is that? Bolty listener dot hello world not found. So if I go to line 17 here and search for this here, that looks right. Why is it not found? I don't know. Cannot find module extension.js. Oh, am I supposed to build this project first? Was I supposed to do that? Compile npm run VS Code. Sorry, compile or watch or something. cd listener npm and watch. All right, let's try it again. Yeah, happened. All right. Had to compile the code, my bad. Cool. Yeah, I think it works. Cool. Now the question is, I don't want to register a command. I want to open a WebSocket connection to some place that is telling me to open a terminal. So, सबसे पहले, how do you open a terminal in VS Code? How do you open a terminal? You can do a commands VS Code.window something. Could have sworn we have seen that command. Terminal execute command. VS Code dot commands dot execute command. Start a new terminal. All right, AI, help me out here. Okay, let's see if that works. So we are watching this debug hello world. Terminal did start, beautiful. And another thing, come on AI, run npm run build in the terminal. AI, my good friend. Send sequence npm run build, execute command. All right, that looks good. I don't know if this is needed. And why is this a problem right now? Oh. Beautiful. Let's try it again. There we go. Enter with mana bhai. So terminal.new, send sequence npm build and code.execute command. Press enter to execute npm run build. Oh, there we go. /r should do it. Perfect. Command shift P, command shift P. There we go. Open the terminal, ran the command in it. There we go, guys. Does it call for a Bhangra sequence? What do you guys say? Does it call for a Bhangra sequence, guys? We're getting there. I am kidding. Back to work. तो command तो run हो गई. अब एक चीज बची है कि when an extension starts, does it keep working in the background? So for that, we're going to do a npm install. Let's say Axios for now. So WebSocket server in VS Code extension bounty for us. Can I send data via WebSockets from a VS Code extension? You can use a package here. Yeah, everything is fine to a VS Code extension. Can I send data to VS Code extension WebSocket server in VS Code extension. To the attention message around WebSocket extension, there is a option to start website there. Perfect. And I don't know much about how servers work. Part of my header. Oh God, what is that question? I found the WebSocket in the web view of VS Code extension is not established connection with the remote server. Yeah, we can do a weird thing here. We can have the browser send a message to a WebSocket server. The other thing connect to the same thing and towards that's fine. Chalo ji, we'll do this. So we don't want that. What we want is something like this. I'll tell you. So npm install ws. Import WebSocket from ws and const ws equal to new WebSocket and to do add reconnection logic here and ws.on message equal to, let's just say if I receive a message, I just want to run these three commands. Let's not even do this. Open a new terminal for some weird reason. Har bar naya terminal khule, and that command runs in that new terminal. All right, cool. So that looks good. Now I need to start a quick WebSocket server on port 8082. So let me not in multi-listener, but let me go to cursor. Quickly create a temp folder for now called, well, temp. cd.cd temp. And one init. One has its own native WebSocket server implementation. So let's use that. What is this? So, temp / index.ts, paste it. And what's the problem here? That's fine. Open WS and यहाँ पे I'll do a set interval. Every 10 seconds, send a hello back to the user. That looks perfect. So, and what port does it run on? How do I specify that? Port 8082, perfect. One index.ts. Postman. Create a new WebSocket connection over here. WebSockets, ws://localhost:8082. Am I receiving a message after every 10 seconds? Let's wait for it. तब तक के लिए एक बार chat पढ़ेंगे guys. Jaya Raya Hiranandi. Okay, it does get back a hello, so perfect. Let's go back to the extension. This one right here. WebSocket new 8082. On message to this. Perfect है जी. तो एक बार फिर आप debug करने की कोशिश करते हैं इसको. Start debugging and wait for 10 seconds. And hopefully after 10 seconds, the terminal pops up and a command runs. And then after 10 seconds, the terminal pops up again, command runs. And if that happens, then we're sorted. Life is good and सब कुछ सही चल रहा है. But 10 seconds होने वाले हैं, and I don't see any activity here. It's definitely been more than 10 seconds, and that's because I'm using cursor. Haha. Go back to Visual Studio Code and do this there. Command Shift P. Wait for 10 seconds. And hopefully after 10 seconds, a new terminal pops up and npm run build runs over there. I said hopefully, and hopes have been shattered. Yeah, that didn't happen. Okie dokie. Yeah. So what is happening? How do you see logs of this thing? Oh, hold on. There's just Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to do that. Is this code right? You know, can you do this? In your activate function, can you create a persistent WebSocket connection that stays alive forever while VS Code is up? I don't know. Hopefully. Start debugging. Tune watch command. I was trying. Hey, you guys are smart, and I'm the dumb guy here. Thank you, sir. You were right. Start debugging. 10 seconds. How to make wallpaper website on Cursor AI? That should be simple enough. Yeah, I forgot to compile. Thank you, guys. I'm dumb. But oh, hold on. Some error. What the what? Seems like it did not compile really well. Duplicate identifier fetch. So yeah. Why is bun over here? This is not good. npm run compile. Yeah. So why is bun a dependency over here? Where does ws come from? Bun, no. I actually don't even need WebSocket as a dependency. Why? I don't know why I did that. WS. Let's remove it. WebSockets exist natively in Node.js. Or do they? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. All right. npm install. And let's compile it again. Still the same error. rm-node modules. npm install. npm run compile. Yeah, I think I made one bad call here. Okay, I put this folder where the rest of my monorepo is. So let me change that. Volty listener, I am going to delete node modules from here, copy the whole thing, and go to mkdir extension -2 cd extension -2 open dot, paste the whole thing here, and open this in Visual Studio Code now. So file open extension -2, enter npm install, npm run compile, and this time wait for it. Still is, oh, there you go, much better. Okay, so extension.ts. Does WebSocket not exist natively in TypeScript? What am I missing? Sorry, in Node.js. Maybe not. That's what they do though. Node, WebSocket. They do. What am I missing here? Node has WebSocket. This guy doesn't have WebSocket. I think it does exist. It's just I don't have node types, which is what's causing this. I could of course be wrong, and in which case it will not still work. But I think this does exist. Compile. All right. Command Shift P. Start debugging. VS Code. Started. Wait for 10 seconds. Meanwhile, but I want to build a disk space renting system using blockchain app. Can you give some tips? I think the most challenging bit over here for you is going to be the incentivizing mechanism. How do you incentivize people to figure out कैसे करते हो किसका कितना use हुआ किसको कितना पैसा बना, so on and so forth. Yeah, that didn't work. I now have to figure out how to see logs of a VS Code extension. Unless someone already knows something and knows what I'm doing wrong. Helper error. No, so no one has no suggestions. All right, did I compile the code? I did compile the code. So cd, well, how do you see logs of an extension? See logs of extension VS Code. Yeah, Command Shift P, show logs, extension host, show logs. Oh, Command Shift P, show logs, extension host. All right. All right, let's try that one more time. Command Shift P, start debugging. Anything in the logs? Nothing yet. 10 seconds ka wait. Let's do this. Let's put a extension.ts. Let's put a few logs here. Console.log, extension initialized, trying WS connection. Did I turn off the WebSocket server? No, it is up. Stop it, rerun it. Yeah, I see no logs here. The terminal window won't be persistent with your current code. You again forgot npm run watch. I did indeed. Thank you, sir. npm run watch. Command Shift P, start debugging. Alrighty. Anything in the logs? Still nothing in the logs though. The language is fine. And nothing over here either. What am I missing? It's a keycron Q3. Does anyone know anything? You don't need the WS package. WebSocket exists natively in Node.js. This is compiling it. When I still don't see logs. In debugging extension, you can write notes on the console. However, when you have the problem with an extension, it would help. Keep in mind this kind of web browser. So it has the usual browser developer tools, help, toggle developer tools, help. What happened here? Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Help, toggle developer tools. Close it. View has not installed second. Okay, that's great. That I just have a debugger. So what I'm going to do now is in the activate function, I repeat, in the activate function, I'm going to put an interval that, let's say, for now every 1 second will log something. Help, toggle developer tools. Do I see a log every 5 seconds or 1 second, whatever that was? I don't. Not good, not good. Close it. But gym jate ho kya? Not really. Maybe check the output tab in the terminal. I don't see anything there. Output. VS. Okay. Let's revert back to our original extension. Okay. Let's have this code copied. And let's revert to what we had a while back, which of course doesn't exist anymore. So there's a git repo here. So git reset or git stash and extensions.ts. Okay, let's start with that. Oh, what the hell? I stashed, right? Git status. What the hell? Git diff has nothing. Oh, it isn't a Git repository. It was phone. It was. Anyways, what was the default boilerplate code here? कहाँ था भाई? God, how can I get the original VS code? Okay, I know. I know this. There's definitely a Git repo here. Git cd extension git status. There you go. Git stash. Git status. Git checkout. Cd source. Cd extension. Or whatever. Extension.ts. There you go. Somehow found it. Okay, let's get that code back. The whole thing is fine. Visual Studio Code. All right. Does this work? Watch. Hello world. Does work. All righty. Perfect है. सब कुछ सही है. कोई issue नहीं है. Now, okay. Does it log anything? Output में activated extension. I don't see that here. I don't know where these logs come. Start debugging, hello world, and help, developer tools, and do I see hello world here? I don't. तो ये logs जाते कहाँ हैं भाई? Oh sorry, activate extension was the log. So let's try that one more time. Window, help, developer tools, activate. Oh, there you go. I do see activate extension in the log. Perfect. Now, amongst all of these things, I'm going to create a const ws equal to new WebSocket connection at ts ignore ws dot on error equal to error ws dot on message on data message. Alrighty, that looks good. Let's try that one more time. Command shift. Oh, daisy. So the port is incorrect. 8082. Command shift P. Start debugging. Command shift P. Hello world. Error came. We fixed this a while back, but that's fine. Before that, we need to check this toggle developer tools and anything in the logs. WebSocket is not defined in actuality. Very interesting. So now npm install ws, import WebSocket from ws. Why are you still failing, bro? Add types /ws. Wow, okay. Watch, debug, hello world. Something happened, but more importantly, help, toggle developer tools. All right, that looks weird. Two weird logs. There's an error. So connecting to the WebSocket server is not working. Why are you not moving, bro? So error space E logged error space object prototype, very big error. VS Code app slash content slash, what is the error though? What am I missing? What was the WS colon slash slash localhost colon 8082? That's fine. There's nothing wrong here. vindex.js const ws will require ws const const WebSocket equal to require ws const ws equal to new WebSocket localhost colon 8082 and ws dot on error equal to console.log error ws dot on message equal to console.log message node index.js error. Oh, okay, that's good. Who knows what I'm missing? ws colon slash slash localhost 8082 तो यहाँ से भी कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा. You idiot. cd dot cd temp cd temp one index.ts. All right, let's try it one more time. इस बार कनेक्ट सा तो होता दिखता है. ऑन मैसेज नहीं है, शायद ऑन डेटा है. ऑन डेटा. ओ डेटा तो आया. ऑन मैसेज ही था. Fine. Either way, let's try this one more time. Watch, run it, and window. Sorry, toggle developer tools. ₹40 guys. Pepsi sponsored. Lots of love. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, still an error. What is it? Oh, there you go. WebSocket messages are coming, guys. Log भी हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे. Message आया. Beautiful. तो what's left? यहाँ पे अब हम ये चीजें करेंगे. We want all of this to happen over here. We start. All right. So hands are off. मैं दूर बैठा हूँ. But still, after 10 seconds, wait for it. After 10 seconds, wait for it. After 10 seconds, basically, toggle preferences, so developer tools. क्या हो गया भाई? क्यों नहीं आ रही messages? console.log message उसके बाद में message end. Try it one more time. Command shift P. Look at the logs. Terminal. Help. Developer tools. Wait for 10 seconds. Give me a log. ये लॉग आना बंद क्यों हो गया? हाँ. Could have sworn we have seen this work 2 minutes ago. If I only put the log and don't do any of this, does that work? After 10 seconds, do I see a log? After 10 seconds, I don't see a log. It was happening 2 minutes ago, but you know, we are unlucky. Connect. After 10 seconds, do I see a log? ws.on connection is missing. You don't need that. Yeah, I do see a log here. I don't see a log here. I don't see any other error here either. What did I miss? What did I change? Activate ws on error. अभी तो चल रहा था भाई, सडनली कैसे चलना बंद हो गया? Congratulations bolt listener, activated extension, WebSocket से मैसेज आया. अरे मैं उसके अंदर कर रहा हूँ क्या WebSocket कनेक्शन, इनसाइड द activate function or something. That worked now. Wait, where is this happening? I don't know. That doesn't seem wrong, but chalo. It seems like only after I call hello world does this happen. Make a Git helper AI tool. Can you elaborate? I don't understand what that means. All right, let's wait for 10 seconds. Give me an assignment. If I do, select me for Super 30. That's an interesting challenge. Oh, there you go. After 10 seconds, new terminal opened and a command ran. And then after 10 seconds, wait for it. Same thing happened again. Beautiful. Very, very cool. So we are able to remotely open terminals and run commands in it. See, my hands are off. Automatically, a new terminal isn't opening, surprisingly. The same terminal is doing its thing, which is fine. We will figure out how to have a single bolt called terminal that's pinned, that's running the thing again and again. But this is good and very surprising this worked this easily. Cool. So what I'm going to do now is, सबसे पहले debug ये, why does this not run until I run this command? Activate should get called when the extension is, method is called when your extension is activated. Extension is activated the first time the command is executed. That makes sense. Now that makes sense. We don't want that. We want the function to be called when the extension is just not even activated, but that's fine. We can just, okay, you understand the problem right now, right? कि मैं VS Code खोलता हूँ तो नहीं चलता ये. When I open VS Code and run this command is when my listener starts to, listen to what needs to happen and run the terminal. That is not, that is fine. We just have to make sure code server जब चल रहा है उसमें extension installed and we activate the specific thingy. Cool. So let's do that. Someone said, is this over engineering? And I would say yes, but I'm hoping it reaps the rewards at some point. And also I learned something new today, which is something you guys should aim for. Coming old uncle session is coming towards you guys, क्योंकि break time से हो गया थोड़ा. For how long have been? Okay. Old uncle session incoming, guys. So I've never built a VS Code extension up until today. And how did I build it today? Read through the docs, first start a project, added 10 things on top, and बन गया वो. So this is an underrated thing you should do every day. Every day you should learn something new. क्योंकि जैसे मैं बार बार कहता रहा हूँ, in few videos I've said कि whoever learns to build extensions well, or some more complex things, इसके बाद tabs, drawers, and make them controlled by AI, is someone who can get into a cursor or a Windsurf or other companies that will probably pay you what you want, right? A lot of you want whatever 200K, 300K for CR offers. Those only come like this. Okay, now I'm decent at this. I can build a VS Code extension. I can make it controllable via AI. I'm getting close to maybe a slightly more finessed version of Bolt. Maybe a much more uglier version. You don't know. But ये चीज़ अगर रोज करते रहोगे तो by the end your skill set grows so much. For example, there are 10 things I know right now. For example, मेरे दिमाग में पहली चीज़ आई कि let's create a WebSocket connection to a server. And that's where we'll be relaying the commands from. The AI will tell a WebSocket server to do something. The WebSocket server will relay it to VS Code. VS Code will run that specific command. So this, first principles thinking happened because I know a bunch of things. CS is one such field ke, if you know a little bit of something, kuch nahi ho pata. You'll just get stuck somewhere and then lose it. Versus, for example, let's say me or some other senior engineer, if I bring unke samne problem statement aati, they would have solved it a different way or the same way. So, by the end of it, I have a reward being extension aa gayi. So, that is an underrated way to learn computer science, and that's usually how good people learn, is by building something very tough and learning something new every day. Cool. So, if you can take one thing away from this live stream, it should be that, okay, whatever the thing that might be that you're learning today, needs to be something new, something you did not know yesterday, and now you're moderately good at, and then you do it again tomorrow, you're decently good at, and keep going from there. Alrighty. A lot of messages retracted. College campus, so it's in Noida. It's a few kilometers from here. So make your peace with, I don't know, whatever happens in Noida. Hackathon confirmation email, I think 100 people it will be sent. So if you haven't received, you're probably not in the top 100. Build something using LangChain. I don't know right now. Probably not. I'm very sort of to build it. Which month will 100 school start? It starts from July or August. It can start early. It can start the day we get the campus. So there's no real woe. You have to start it at a certain point. Is it normal to get distracted with other technology? I don't know. Yeah, but probably pretty normal. I don't offer any placement courses. I don't know what that means. Give me an assignment to do. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking now. This would have been a good one, actually, what I did right now. I don't know, maybe do something in the hackathon tomorrow that we're doing, the 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀 hackathon, and maybe something good comes out from there. If you are coming tomorrow to the 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀 hackathon, one quick request would be to please either don't build anything at all, learn something in the next 1 week, or build something with this much, call it passion, call it finesse, call it production worthiness. Usually hackathons are a place to come and, I don't know, spend 24 hours doing nothing and not sleep for some reason, drink a lot of Red Bulls. Don't do that here. Aram se try to do this. Try to build one small thing that's actually useful versus trying to build 100 things that no one uses. The demo shouldn't be janky. You get the idea. Maza aana chahiye hackathon ke end mein. Aisa na ho ke, it feels like I could have done other things rather than being here, because I'll probably be here during the hackathon, so it would be nice. A video on MCP server. I'm assuming you mean MPC. I think it's too niche of a topic to make a video on, but I'll probably add it as a topic in the Web3 cohort. There's no way you can be ahead of AI cause the one actually using it, no one using making it. No idea what that means. I am from cohort 3 and 2. I am with Incognito Delhi, and 12th I can come Super Labs with 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀. I have no idea. Again, मैं पढ़ नहीं पा रहा हूँ या फिर लोग छोटा लिख रहे हैं चीज़ों को. Delhi high on 12th. Can I come to Super Labs with 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀? Get a job. Again, I did not understand the question. Sorry for your 200 rupees. That's a lot of money. How to get Anthropic free credits? I don't know. I have no idea. Any more questions? Shall we start finishing this? Will it be solo or team-based hackathon? Probably team-based, but do whatever you want. If you want to do solo, do solo. Super 30 confirmation, bhaiya. No real. Give me a month. We'll decide around. Let me chill for a bit. It's been a very stressful 4 months. Super 30 is not easy. So 2-month break for me. Then we'll do it. Super 30 fees again, demand supply. We put out a random number, and then if people buy, then we'll increase the number like that. It's just a nice model to decide the fees. What will be the meetup price in Bangalore? Oh, it's free. There's no price. I was in cohort 2 student, cohort 3 karna chahiye. Okay, lot of questions. I'll take a 5-minute break, and then we will finish. We'll do the rest of the things, which I think the next thing to do for us right now is going to be what? It's going to be understanding कि extension बन गई है. We need to, whenever we start code server, we need to have that extension installed in code server and execute a command, and then that will create the WebSocket connection wherever you want. We can go from there. A few good things we should do is our extension, even though it's decent, it should have reconnection logic. So कहाँ गई? VS Code. Add reconnection logic here. By the way, this is my hackathon project. So for the next 1 week, I'll just build this in Super Labs. you can build your own projects, but again build it with some similar passion. Cool. So I hope to see few of you tomorrow. Let me just take a 10-minute break. You guys listen to Ojla until then, and then we will restart. The next step for me is to add this extension to code server and write that WebSocket server that's going to relay messages between the LLM and the terminal, and then let's see if it in action, and hopefully it works like it's supposed to. All right. See you guys in 5 minutes. You guys can listen to this song until now, and hopefully YouTube doesn't block us, which has happened from time to time, but hopefully not today. Which song? Oh, Ojla got a new song with those guys, which I don't hate. So let's listen to that one. बस 5 मिनट और guys, 5 more minutes. आप ये वाला गाना सुनो तब तक मैं new favorite. right, करेंगे guys code. All right, how many people are still here? 300 people, that's nice. Be the guy that changed your family's trajectory in life. I think a lot of that's true for a lot of full coding people. I'm registered for Handicap School. We'll send you a link, then you'll do a one-on-one with me, and then you can take a refund for free one-on-one with me. But basically, in one-on-one, I'll decide, okay, whether or not you're a good fit. If you're not a good fit, then I'll tell you, okay, oh, the fees is really high. Now, early bird has ended, so 40 lakh fees, and then you can, leave. That's my polite way of saying, okay, you've not been selected. But if you're decent, you can thoda bahut code, intellect is high, aptitude is high, then mostly a good to go from my side. All right, Sujit is still here. So these said a few things in chat right now to me, which were interesting. Okay, like the thing that we've done here, a VS Code extension that can control VS Code via WebSockets. There's a lot you can do using it, but we'll get there when we get there. How to make anything from bold websites or some low-level projects. A good one in low-level is an ARB bot that arbs between two exchanges. So build that in a low-level C or Zig or a Rust and try to deploy it on various regions, like, I don't know, preferably somewhere close to Japan where a lot of exchange servers sit, or, close to NASDAQ, NYSE, and try to do a bunch of ARB. That's what I've seen. One person used to make a lot of money, has had his own, market making, call it fund, call it a small shop. He used to do, very smart guy. I keep forgetting the website that he used to use he used to win a lot of challenges on a specific website of low-level challenges. I forgot that website. Let me see if I can somehow, I put it somewhere in my reading list, but I don't remember where that reading list is now. Let me see if I have it. Reading list. Maybe it's somewhere in my Notion. Let me see. There's a very nice website for low-level programming challenges. It's very niche, so maybe 20 people submit. Very, very small community of people who do that. No, I will not be able to find it here. Let me spend another minute trying to think where this guy I met back in Japan. Where could have I kept low-level challenge? Yeah, I'm doing the dumbest thing right now, which is this. But I'm sure that website's SEO is really bad. No, not this. Sorry, a few super chats. I'm looking at them. Just 1 second. Yeah, it's not here. It's not on Google. It's such a niche website. Nah. Yeah, I just can't find it. Cool. Moving on. It's not what I'm learning. It's a different one. That one's recent. I'm pretty sure that doesn't cover it or have that link. Yeah, this happened way after that. This was like a year ago that I got access to that website. Where could have I stored it? I'm sure I stashed it somewhere. Yeah, I can't remember. Let's not spend any more time on that. Any interesting questions? Can't say anyone's interesting. Back to VS Code. Sujit suggested something which I think is a good idea, which was create a different repo for the extension, which I agree. So code 100x/extension. Let's call it remote VS Code extension, public, and let's deploy it independently over there. Circuit status, sorry, git init, status, git add dot, git ignore out, dot git ignore node modules. Anything else? Nope. v1 of extension, push it, git remote add origin, Yeah, I'm creating a, oh God, is my caps lock on or off? I'm creating a repo for it, so you guys can look at it there. There you go. This is the repo for like a very mild version of the VS Code extension that we've written, and then we'll improve it. Cool. So, and if someone wants to improve it, do it. Like at the very least, add reconnection logic. So if WebSocket ever disconnects, it reconnects. And other than that, the big thing we need to figure out is code server add extension. How do you install an extension on code server? Create a script, installation extensions, starting the code server in your container. Yeah, that's what we want. Thank you for this idea. Running yarn task build :copy VS Code. CP-R, we heard side extensions, spyware guides, home. Currently not supported. Okay, there we go. Extensions, curl. All right, someone has given a Docker file. The recommended install extension is use code server install extension value. So you can give it a path to a .vsix file or the ID. Okay, that looks good. So let's try that. Docker. So let me delete the extension folder here. Not needed anymore. And Docker file. Amongst the many things we're doing here, before we do anything else, run code. What's the command? Code server install extension and value. You can give it the path to a .vsix file. So let's open Visual Studio Code. Let's compile this extension that we've written. Oh, my VS YouTube Studio crashed. So npm or what? Npm run compile, is it? VS Code pre-publish. VS Code pre-publish. cd out just has a bunch of JavaScript files. Where is the how to publish a VS Code extension? How do you create a VSX or whatever? What was that? A VIX file for it? VSIX file. All right. Where is it? Where is it? Create extension VS Code. How do you publish it? Testing and publishing. Testing extension. Publishing extension. npm install globally VS Code / something. There you go. So there we go. And VSCE package. What's the YC thing? It's just YC has always releases a list of requests for startups, which means what are the things that they want people to build. TypeScript, add TypeScript VS Code, this thing greater than engine thing, either upgrade engine or use older types / VS Code. So I guess the question really is, okay, what version are we using for code server? So cursor, it's this. What version of VS Code does this use under the hood? How will I figure that out? I don't know. Let's see. Docker run. This thing already has it running. 8080. Do I have? How do I know the version of VS Code we're using here? Settings. Teams. Nope. Kahan hai bhai? How do I know the version of VS Code that is running? Code, VS Code. How do I know the version of VS Code that's running here, guys? Who will tell me? Nope. Settings, profiles, settings. Anyone know? How do I know the version of VS Code that's running here? Help, welcome, control command, tips and tricks, view licenses. Nope. What do you mean dash version? Well, look at me, just actually doing what you're telling me to do. Help. Where in help? Show all commands, editor, settings. Welcome. Nope. Help. Tips and tricks report. View license. No. Why did I do this the second time? Help. About. There you go. 1.96.4. So package.json 1.engine. Sorry, Visual Studio Code engine. And the same thing at types / VS Code. Let's hard code it. And what else? It is okay. rm-r node modules, npm install, build. Hold on, npm install only failed. No matching version found. Okay, it's just 0.96. It's probably going to be a problem, but let's see. Build, pre-publish, package, greater than or so either upgrade into older version or downgrade this. So let's downgrade this to 1.96. readme.md. All right, that's done. So what did it create again? Where is the VSCE file? Oh, sorry, Wix file. Here you go. Bolt listener Wix is here. So where do I put this? Just on GitHub, git add. Probably not the best thing to do, but I'm going to do it. Git commit, commit build. Something you should never do, but I'm doing because I quickly need a URL to download this. And github.com, Cohort extension. Physics, where is that? This one, right? How do I get your URL, sir? Copy link address. Yeah, so Docker file, cursor, Docker file, and let's do a run wget this thing, and then install extension this thing. All right, that looks good. Let's try this out. Let's stop the Docker container. Docker ps, Docker kill, code server update. Let's Docker run. Seems to have worked. Oh wait, I have to rebuild. Docker build. Failed. Cannot open Docker file. cd apps / code server, Docker build. 1.9 for you. Okay, we'll see. Okay, that looks good. Docker run. Localhost 8080. The hell? Oh, why is this an HTTPS? Command Shift P, hello world. There you go. I run it. And hello world from Bolty listener. Perfect. And after 10 seconds, wait for it. A new terminal starts and it runs. Come on. Nahi hua. Probably because I stopped the WebSocket stuff. Let me do that. cd app slash cd apps cd, oh, new terminal cd app slash temp node in one index.ts. Yeah, let's restart. Let's rerun hello world and wait for 10 seconds. The terminal should automatically start and do something. Start and do something. Come on, come on, come on. I said, come on, come on, come on. I said it 3 times. Still did not work. No. Well, see, don't see any connections here. All right. So what I'm going to do is stop the Docker container, restart. This wouldn't have been a problem if we had retry logic, which I told a while back we should add. Hello world. Hello from multi listener. Come on, you can do it. 10 seconds. Do I see a log? I don't see a log here. So index.ts in temp. Whenever we connect, I do log open, which is not happening. So course is killing us. Do you think course is killing us, guys? Is there a probability that course is killing us? I have a hunch that is the case. Enter and okay, nothing yet. That's good. Run the command hello world. Error network ws // localhost /82. Nope, nothing at all. There is an error, but no real log in the error. Do you think it's course, guys? Do you think it's something else? Course add course localhost /8080. Come on. Yeah, the error is just empty. That's probably because we're not stringifying it. That should be easy enough to fix. But is that it, or is it something else? I don't know. It's always course. Bun WebSocket course. All right, so I'm going to quickly create a website that tries to connect to localhost 8082 on a WebSocket connection, and then we'll see what happens there. So page.tsx, that's the landing page, and यहाँ पे quickly convert this to use client, add a use effect. There you go. Thank you, AI. Only thing is and of course do this. Go to localhost 3000 and let's see, is there a course error here? Refresh. K082. Alert. Doing it. Refresh. Not doing it. What page? Oh, there you go. Doing it. Okie dokie. But no logs and nothing in the network tab either. What am I missing? E082 सही तो है. Dot on error. Oh, bunch of opens. Seems like it's connecting now. Doing it. Open network. Why is it not showing the WebSocket server though? What am I missing here? Am I dumb? Why are there open connections here, but I don't see them in the network tab? Oh, I do see a hello here, and that means that this is working. This is working from here. So it's not course, guys. It is not course. It is something else. Yeah, no easy way to fix this other than go back to Visual Studio Code, go to extensions.ts, error, इसको ऐसे ना लॉक करके ऐसे लॉक किया जाए तो अच्छा होगा. p console.log stringify e. All right. Package it again. Git status package. Yes. Git add, git commit, push it. That's done. Open cursor. Let this run, but over here. Okay, hold on. Request store accept reply was called without receiving. Extension host connection. Trying to see if there's some error here. I think that helps me out. Docker build. Yeah, it'll use the cached version, which we don't want. So let's remove these. How can I fix that? Fuck. Docker build, don't use cache. -- no cache. So Docker build. -- no - cache. -- no - cache. Wrong folder. Oh, wrong extension, or sorry, not extension, wrong IDE. Haha. All right, fresh build. Maybe version change triggered something. No, I don't think it's related to that. We'll see very soon. I'm hoping for a better error message this time. निकल रहे हो? चलो भाई, मिलते हैं भाई. Docker run. It's fine. Refresh. 8080. Beautiful. That works. Hello world. All right. Wait for 10 seconds. Look at the logs somewhere here, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Command Shift P. Hello world. Error, empty error, empty error. Yeah, the error is still empty. You might be easy to debug. I hope it's so unpredictable. Well, I agree. Is there outgoing traffic blocked here or something? Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. I probably shouldn't. No, the local. Yeah, I know what the problem is, but you guys are dumb idiots. Which is, come on, who will tell me what the problem is? It's right there in front of you. Come on. Kaun batayega? What's the problem? Why am I not able to connect to the WebSocket server? Who will tell? You guys are smart. Come on. I repeat, you guys are smart. Why is it not connecting to the WebSocket server? Why is my VS Code that's running in a Docker container not able to talk to a WebSocket server on localhost? Why? Someone said I started HTML today. Bounty मिलेगी? तुम्हारी पढ़ाई के लिए कर रहा हूँ भाई, दे दूंगा bounty. चलो. Localhost अलग है इसका. Yeah, that's sort of right, pretty close. No, it's running inside the Docker container, right? The localhost on Docker container is not localhost of my machine. The WebSocket server is running on my machine, but VS Code is running inside a Docker container. So when I do localhost over here, oh yeah, sorry about that. Settings, command palette, sorry, settings, preferences, themes, color theme. There you go. You get the problem? No, not the, yeah, port mapping won't fix it, unfortunately. Unless we start Docker in host mode, or even in that case, like the container can't talk to the machine. The machine can talk to the container using port mappings. The machine can't really talk, the container can't really go outside. So, you know, there is no, I need to host this on the internet basically, or जो भी use. I guess there are other ways also. मैं locally इसको चला सकता हूँ इसी तरीके से, but you get the problem, right? The problem is कि this is my Mac machine, which is running a WebSocket server over here, which is very well exposed on port 8082. That is not a problem, but the problem is the other thing is running in a Docker container. Jiska localhost 8082 means iska localhost 8082. It does not mean this guy. So when it tries to find something, it is not able to find it. So it doesn't matter. I just need to make sure it works. So what I'm going to do is, actually, no, it does sort of matter. So our friend 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is going to help us. Anything else I can do? No. Let's just use 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Do I have 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀? I don't. So I'm sure they're make it very difficult to do this now. They're paid or something. But let's see. Do they have an easy way? Are they going to make me sign up? Yeah. How else am I going to test this? Is there any other way for me to test this? The only other way for me to test this is, yeah, I'm going to do that. I will start something on localhost 8082 and go from there. So I'm going to go to cursor. I am going to be like, it's so hard. mkdir cd.mkdir test cd mkdir test cd test bun init bun doesn't exist, so npm i-g bun and can't 𝗥𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 lib node modules bun user lib sudo npm install -c bun. Yeah, we need to fix this as well, but a big little work. cd mkdir test cd test bun init blank v index.ts, and यहाँ पे I'm going to just replace it with the same code that's running on temp/index.ts here. Bun index.ts. Now this container is running something on port 8082. And now I'm going to open another terminal here, the same thing. And this time when I run hello world, hopefully it connects. So wait for 10 seconds. There we go, it works. Well, I don't know. I did not see the command running. I do see 3 terminals though, so I think that's done. Wait for 10 seconds. So it does open the terminal. The terminal is opening programmatically again and again, but if you look at it, what did my extension do? It started a new terminal. It sent a sequence, npm run build, and it expected for that to run. That is not happening. It is only starting a new terminal every 10 seconds. Why is the command not running? Anything in the logs? Is this coming every 10 seconds? Yeah. Yeah, this is probably related to extension versions. Yeah, it's probably just, what was the version of the extension here? About 1.96.4 and package.json engine. Well, that looks right. And types. Can I do this? Don't think that should do anything. But the current Google result is telling me that's what the problem is. Extension not compatible, failed. Yeah, this thing right here. What is that? ये सबसे difficult होगा debug करना. Everything is working. I'm able to start a bunch of terminals. I'm not for some reason able to see the commands running in there. Network and console, anything in the console. I guess one more thing that needs to happen is message start, everything logs, no error logs, but message end. Everything is fine, other than why are the commands not running? Workbench.action.terminal.send sequence npm run build and send sequence /r. Why are these two things not running? Anyone know? Anyone know? Does anyone use AppWrite? Will you get super placement? I don't know. A lot of questions. Nope. All right, now comes the most hardest bit for today, probably debugging this. Why is the command not running? The terminal is opening. Why is the command not running in the terminal? Few guesses. First guess is the version thingy here, 1.96.4. I doubt that is it, but you know what, trying. So rm-r node modules, npm install, build, whatever, pre-package, pre-publish, package, yes and yes, and git status, git add this thing right here, commit, push. Doubt this will fix anything, but you know, worth a shot. And maybe even before that, all of this is fine, but yeah, there's something else only. Like even here, it was not able to do all of these things. Like when I do a hello world myself, it starts the terminal, but doesn't run the command. It's nothing related to WebSockets. So not working. I have, or it's running in a different terminal, first terminal, npm run build. Yeah, it's probably running behind or something. Yes, I got it. वो टर्मिनल स्टार्ट हो जाता है पर पिछले वाले टर्मिनल में रन कर देता है वो. न्यू टर्मिनल स्टार्ट्स, इट रन्स npm run build in the old terminal, and that's fine. So what we can do is pin a terminal in VS Code. How do I know? So yeah, that's fine. What we can do is, whenever the LLM tells a command to run, we need to find the first terminal that we have assigned to the LLM. Baki ke terminals the user will use, the first terminal is assigned to the LLM. So during that time, we want to make that terminal uneditable. Make terminal uneditable in VS Code. Read only VS Code. Terminal read only. Run code for terminal read only. It's a bug. Add read-only mode. It should encode. Execute command terminal.new. So where is the documentation for all of this? Terminal.clear, terminal.send sequence. What does command you do? Custom sequence keyboard shortcut. So send sequence command can be used to send a specific sequence of text to a terminal, including escape sequences. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. In order to avoid unnecessary output and user prompt, the terminal does not show warning dialogues. Auto replies automatically. Auto replies terminal. That's fine. Change tab stop width. Tab stop width. Oh, confusing. That's cool. Hold on. Many advanced features settings such as Unicode and emoji support, custom keyboard shortcut, automatic replies. This topic explains the advanced topics. I would urge to go through terminal basics first. Release code, featured terminal that starts at the workspace, yada yada yada. From menu, terminal, new terminal, view terminal, shells, managing terminals, split panes, terminal editor area, links. There's nothing to do with. There you go. Select all, drag and drop files, automating terminals with tasks. Fixed dimension terminals. Next step, common questions. Command T to open terminal or open in terminal when Flag Explorer focused. Command plus dot. Send sequence. When reloading a window, for example, this thing reconnect to the previous process that stores contents, moving terminals between windows. Yeah, we need like a AI terminal somewhere, like a new tab on the right side that's doing AI things. So how do I see a list of these commands that I can send? VS Code dot, does it return something const res equal this thing? Tenable of unknown. Yeah. What is your type, sir? It is unknown, of course. Is there a list of commands that I can run on the terminal? Where can I check that? The later sequence is not minimal enough. Task-based terminal, I think file preference tasks is the manual approach. File preferences. What am I missing? Where is preferences? I don't see it. Basically, I just need the terminal ID or something here. And wait, send sequence. Can I pass the terminal ID? show previous command, next command, like, oh, I don't know. Good question though, but not what we want. Terminal ID, command, stops working after running a task. What args does it have? How do I look at documentation of this code? This is not that. A lot of people want very specific things, but no one wants what we want. Which is, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Let me not assume. When terminal focus. Command can be used to send a specific sequence of text to the terminal, including escape sequences that are interpreted. The command enables you to send arrow keys, enter, etc. All of that is fine, but I need to send this to a terminal that might not be in view right now. Is this the reason cursor doesn't automate the terminal? Like if you go to cursor, I might be missing something, but there's no automation here if you look at it. To specific terminal ID. There you go. Still multiple terminals possible. Since you that is that's not VS Code. Oh no. This is the best they have in terms of their docs. It's not great, to say the least. Anyone know anything? या फिर अपन ही करेंगे debug? Anyone helping me out here? Come on, guys. You guys are smart. No, the terminal exists. There are tasks which allow set up the task on Windows Open folder. Close fall. I see the best way to learn job graduating. Best way to learn Cat GPT. We can try. I'd much rather prefer Claude. Send twins in VS Code with specific terminal ID. By using terminal API, terminal. Oh, okay. Well, you were right. This was just easy. Terminal.send sequence. So VS Code.window.terminals. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. Const terminals equal to VS Code window.terminals. Target terminal ID. Now that's the question. Like, how do we specify that this is our AI terminal? Is it the first one? Is it the one that how do I open and pin one terminal as my AI terminal where I will send these commands? User should not be able to edit them. Create a terminal status, read only, pin it. Oh, perfect. That's fucking great. AI terminal is equal to VS Code create terminal, name it, hide from user false, global state dot update. AI terminal ID is this thing. Great. Show the terminal, execute a few commands there, focus it, pin it. What does this focus command mean? So command terminal is this thing subscriptions dot push okie dokie, and now all I have to do is this. Beautiful. Thank you AI for helping me write AI code. This is beautiful. ये मुझे फर्क करने में भाई 10 दिन लग जाते हैं सही में. All right, but the problem is now that I've relied on AI for it once, next time I will have to rely on AI for it, which is fine. तो अभी के लिए WebSocket कोड सारा हम करेंगे pause, and let this one stay. And here I'm going to paste all of this logic, and context exists or it doesn't. It does. Perfect. And now let's do this. npm run build. I think we can test this locally. So npm run watch, start debugging. Hello. Hey, what the hell? Hello world. Nahi ho raha. Probably because package.json engines. This needs to change to something else. And engines. This needs to change to something else. What is that something else, guys? Why is this a problem? JSON. Okie dokie. That means this can't happen either. So that's fine. Help. What was that? View license? No. Code about Visual Studio Code 1.85.1. 85.1. Alrighty. Command Shift P, start debugging. Command Shift P, hello world. All right. Does have a terminal. Does run npm run build in it. That is great. Oh, that does have an AI terminal. Perfect. Does run npm run build here as well. And the question really is, start, do something. Okay, does start a AI terminal. Does run npm run start here. Does run do something here. So everything is fine. The only thing is this is still editable. This needs to be non-editable. How do we do that? We ask AI, this is still human editable, make it human uneditable. Solution create reloading terminals. Instead of using real terminals, you can create a custom web view panel that mimics a terminal's appearance but doesn't accept user input. Oh boy. Okay, let's go to Bolt. I think their terminal I can exit as well. So if I try to create something here, app, simple blog app. They do have a AI terminal as well, but I think it's editable. Like I can stop it if I want. AI is doing something, I stop. Perfect. Okay. So in that case, we can do the same thing. We don't really care. The AI terminal would try its best to do things, but if you try to interrupt it, and then that's on you. Alrighty, that looks good. I think the other approach it was testing was also really good and would teach us a lot of things. How can we create a custom panel that appears somewhere else? But let's not go there. Alrighty, perfect. This is great. And the only thing I need to change is, okay, whenever VS Code tells us to do something, where should it happen? It should happen in here. So there you go. Perfect. Beautiful. ये भी ऐड कर ही देते हैं कि in WS and copy the whole thing, paste it over here, and can you do that? Seems like you can. And I would do this. Const WS equal to init WS, return WS. WS on error equal to wait, do we need WS? No. Just call init WS one more time, and that's it. That looks good. Cool. Okay, let's try to publish it. How do I publish? One more thing I really need is to change this to something else. Change to something else, but that's fine for now. Oh boy, this it's really complicated to make these products. I was underestimating how easy this would be. Cool. Package.json commands these all around. Cool. Build. Sorry, whatever. Pre-build, pre-publish, publish, or whatever, package. And then, yes, git status, git add, Bolty listener, git commit -m, add listener, push it. I'm looking at all these, the chats. I have no plan for any cohort anytime soon. The one that's continuing, we'll just stick to that for now. Pushed, cursor, Docker build. I'm seeing the chat now, so like good timing for you to come. I'm seeing it right now. Docker build is done, followed by Docker run. Come on. And localhost 8080. And sudo npm i-e1. temp/index.ts, cd mkdir test cd test and one init blank vindex.ts, paste the whole thing, one index.ts has a problem, one index.ts, open localhost 8080 one more time, and command shift p hello world, and wait for it. I see AI terminal here. The question really is, Does it run npm run build every 5 seconds or not? That's what we added, right? So index.extension.ts, yeah, it should do something every 10 seconds. It is not doing that right now. I don't like that. Yeah, it should do something every 10 seconds. Why is it not? Oh, there you go. AI terminal not found might have been closed. Well, it is not closed, sir. It's right in front of you. Um, mm, uh, that's not great. My guess, again, a very weird guess, is happening because I'm executing it from here, which is outside the context of this thing. Could of course be wrong. See, this calls this, which gets context.globalstate.get AI terminal ID, terminals equal to terminals, AI terminal is equal to terminals.find, t.process ID equal to terminal ID. Otherwise, do this. All right. So I guess what I'm going to do is add a bunch of logic here. So console.log terminals currently exist. Then the other thing I should do is, if AI terminal doesn't exist, then I should just start the AI terminal again. Yeah, create terminal again, and update it to this, and then show this terminal again. Not that. This and this. Cool. All of this, and then terminal. All right, let's try that. Docker, sorry, build pre-publish package add, come on, pre-publish package git status git add, oh, fuck, oh, it's समझ गया मैं, package yes and yes, package yeah, I like VS Code and their whole paradigm of doing things. Like it seems like it's not too hard to do what Cursor has done now. Felt like a mammoth challenge, but seems like it's very customizable. Like building something on top of VS Code. Good. All right. No plans of AI/ML Cohort right now. I'm so what I can probably do, or what I will probably do, is a lot of 100x school syllabus and classes might just come on YouTube, or there'll be another code for that. That might be one thing. So you can passively learn from there. from, whatever's happening in the uni. That will probably happen. But yeah, that might just be it. Yeah. Docker build, Docker run, restart, and open it in another tab. Sudo npm install -g bun. Commentary, nice layout. वैसे OBS से ज़्यादा easy Ben की loader है. That's so funny. Yeah, good one, sir. You got me. npm install -g bun cd mkdir test cd test bun init -y. Yes, and index.ts cursor copy paste. What the hell? God, undo. One index.ts, go here and command shift p hello world. All right, air terminal is up. We'll wait for 10 seconds. Let's call it today. Good work, bhaiya. I don't know about that. It's a hackathon. But there you go. Do something came. And wait for some time. And after 10 seconds, perfect. And if I galti se close the AI terminal, then what happens after 10 seconds? Not doing TED Talks right now, any talks or going to college. Beautiful, let's start again. I love it. तो हो गया भाई. अब एक चीज़ बची है last. I keep saying that a lot. But the one thing that is left is, sorry. Dark light mode, too bad for everyone. It doesn't remember my preferences, unfortunately. But there you go. So one thing that's left is we want whenever the user comes and opens VS Code, that hello world command runs. How can we do that? How can we do that? Is that it though? No, there are a bunch of things actually. Shall I assume that basically I'm thinking through a few things. One thing that might happen is the user might open the thing in the same, like 2 tabs or 3 tabs. That will be a problem. If उसने 3 tabs in project को खोल रखा है, then there'll be 3 terminals trying to do the same thing. We don't want that. Hopefully that's not a very big problem, or nothing too complicated there. The thing that we need to figure out next is when the user comes to this VS Code screen, the command is already running. Like we have this, but this only runs. Not only this runs when we start a command. So VS Code run extension when it starts. When VS Code starts, and not just Claude is probably our friend here. How to make sure that the command runs as soon as I open VS Code and I don't have to explicitly run the command. All right, is there a way to do that? To open, you need to implement an activation event that triggers whenever the thing starts up. Okie dokie. So add this to package.json. Activation events is empty right now. What will we add here? We'll add on startup finished, comma star. I don't know what star means here. Event will trigger when extension after VS Code has completed its startup process, and star is a fallback that activates your extension for any event. The on startup finished event will trigger when your extension VS Code has completed its startup process, and star is a fallback that activates your extension for an event. ये part नहीं मुझे समझ आया. Your current code structure is good. That's fine. I don't want that. Need added proper activation events in package.json. Improved website reconnection logic on close handlers. That's good. All good things that it has suggested here. If you want some activate, if you want to run specific commands when VS Code starts, you can add those commands at the end of activate function. For example, function activate. Do we even need to register a new command now? Seems like we don't. Seems like this will just happen. So we don't have to do any of this. Function activate. All of this is fine. This, we don't have to register a new command that does anything. Right? Hello. Oh, we need to do that. You want to activate automatically when this start creates. Oh, that is fine. Okay. Seems like adding this, which I still need to understand why this fixed it. But on startup finish star will automatically start this thing. We should Google why that happens, and why is that enough to do that? Why is that enough to make sure the activate functions run on startup? Function runs on startup. But let's just first see if it works or not. Publish package, get status, get package, yes. Please 23rd March, please if possible. Please what? Git status, git add bolt listener, git commit -m, added listener, push. Sorry, I'm looking at chat as well. But push is done, Docker build. Come on. I don't know about that. Automate this with bash. Not the worst thing in the world. But I think this is it. This is as much as we touch the extension. And then if need be, we add a CI/CD pipeline that does it. Docker run, whatever. This will be very long to productionize. As we're building this more and more, I am realizing that there are so many challenges here. It'll be fun, but it'll be very, and that's also a good thing, that introduces a moat in a business if it's hard to replicate. But yeah, it's not easy. Remember, life is a race. I'm not in Japan. I'm in Noida, guys. Quite a downscale I've done that way. Temp, one init, blank is fine. Index.ts. Come on, cursor. Sorry, index.ts. Copy the thing. Paste. Yes. One index.ts, open localhost colon 8080. Let's see. Yeah, AI terminal opened automatically. That is great. As long as it runs a few commands now, I think we'll be sorted. There we go. Cool. All right, we have a VS Code instance now that's listening to commands from a WebSocket server. What we need to do now is we need to, yeah, there's another problem here though. There's another problem here, which I guess is fine. But there is a problem here. The problem is that when the user, if the user in the middle of the project leaves, then these commands won't run. If the user is on our website, comes, says build this thing, we're running their command and they close the website, then these commands won't run, right? Because VS Code is not open anywhere. So that's a problem. But a problem for another day. Yeah, that is a problem because it'll still keep doing the other things. वैसे honestly, nahi, it shouldn't do the other things either. If the user leaves in the middle, then that's a bad thing that they've done. And we will not in the background build their project. Ideas for tomorrow's hackathon, something cool. RFS is a great resource to look at, right? Look at what they want built and build something similar. The bigger question was कि क्या सोच रहा था मैं अभी कि if the user leaves in the middle, then that's a problem. Well, that's a problem on their side. We don't take responsibility of that. Maybe we can do something to figure this out. We can keep updating a database. There's ways around this. Cool. This is good. The other thing we need is to open a specific file and that also should happen programmatically, right? If the AI is editing a specific file, that tab should open, that file should get filled, other file should open, other file should get filled, so on and so forth. So that's the next thing we have to do. Is even the file opening and file filling should happen programmatically, which sort of means okay, same thing. Like, WebSocket server is relaying events to start something in the terminal. The WebSocket server needs to relay events to open a file. So that's the next thing we'll do. Programmatically open a file and programmatically put things there. And if it doesn't exist, then create the file and put data inside. Cool. Actually, we just have to open the file क्योंकि filling तो हम कहीं और से भी कर लेंगे. Like if I open a file here called whatever hooks/use color theme, open the same file here hooks/use color theme. If I edit it here, it doesn't appear here. It does appear here eventually. Again, okay. So cool, that's fine. I can just keep updating the file system, which is something we were doing right now. But would this be nice? Yeah, this would probably be nice if file editing also happens via VS Code, because then we have a very nice replayable set of events that we can keep replaying in the future. But we'll see. At the very least, we need to start to do this. We need to cursor नहीं VS Code यहाँ पे हमें in extensions.ts we need to listen to. For now, I'm just going to do it over here. Okay, HTML is fine, but we need to open a file and put some contents inside. So what we have learned in the past few seconds is that Claude is great at doing this. So let's just give it our code as a base and tell it, oh, oopsie daisy. We want to open a specific file. Does the LLM return us the actual file? Probably does. In VS Code and update its contents whenever WebSocket server tells us. Just give much code that will bring a file in focus and edit it. I also need to ensure that the user can't edit it while that is happening. Something like that. Let's see. I'll create a code to open such a VS Code file. Content, sir. Yeah, if it is update file, on update file, what does on update file do? Resolve path. That's fine. If not fs.exist file, show error, file doesn't exist. Document, open text document, resolved path. Editor, show text document. Is editing from WS. True. Set flag show when user edits. Create edits. Edit.workspace edit. Changing something, replacing something, applying edit, false, and VS Code show information file. This thing has been updated. What does this do? Like what does flipping off this variable do at all? Oh, Nice. So this is pretty cool. This is also very complicated. But what it's doing is, okay, this is the important part to focus on. Open and file update. Let's just trim this down and just open a file and edit it, and then we'll add the other things. How do you not make it editable or whatever? So what files do we have here? We have a hooks/useColor scheme.ts. So let me rename, copy. So this, and what I'm going to do is, okay, whenever there is a message, run something in the terminal, that's fine. But also, if it's absolute, then yeah, add the current path, but that's not the case for us. So let's do a const path equal to this thing, and it doesn't exist for us, so that's fine. This is cool, this is cool, and इतनी मेहनत नहीं करनी हमें. We just want to replace the whole content. So I guess this is the same thing. It's from the 0th position to the end. So edit equal to workspace edit, select the whole thing, editor.replace, and content, let's say, is math.random.toString, and then apply edit as well. Alrighty, and that's it. Show an error message or whatever, not an error message, a good message if you want, or that's not needed, that's fine. Cool. Save, package it, pre-publish, resolved. Path will simply be path, pre-publish. What happens after pre-publish? Package. What happens after package? You were right, sir. I should have automated this. Dot commit -- listener push. And VS Code की जगह cursor, build the thing, run the thing. After it builds, we'll wait for it to build. That is done, and 8080, again the complicated bit of sudo npm install -g1. I do see, that's fine, it's from before. Sudo mkdir test cd test bun init. What the fuck? Sudo bun init v index.ts. Read only. Sudo bun index.ts. Alrighty, start a different one and wait for it. AI terminal is up. And another AI terminal started for some reason. 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀 got ignored, but that is fine. Wait for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, this one is the one that's running things. That is fine. The bigger question is, why is this file not updating? Why is this file not even opening or updating after 10 seconds? Ah, what an idiot. This is fine. This is also fine. Everything is good. Achha, we have multiple terminals open, that's why. That makes sense. All of them are connected to that WebSocket server. That makes sense. Test sudo bun index.ts already running. Yeah, it's fine. So everything is cooler than the fact that ये file को नहीं खोल रहा every 10 seconds. It should be opening a file every 10 seconds. It's not doing that. It is running a command every 10 seconds, which is good. Wait for it. There you go. It happened, right? But it's not opening the file. So let's look at the logs. Developer tools, more tools. So, okay, there you go. Cannot open /temp/𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 I think I did something dumb. Path is, yeah, idiot. Hooks / use color scream. I mean, yeah, rename. So that's done. Git status. Does it really matter? No. So build. It's fine this time, right? Yeah. No. You were right, sir. I should have written a bash script for this. Now this is getting irritating. Package. Push it. Cursor. Pro thread handling literally only way for concurrency in JS. I wish I could spawn threads in JS like Java. What discussion is happening here? Docker run. Alrighty. So refresh. Reload. Terminal cd. Oh yeah, terminal. What does this mean? Every time you open it, we see 2 new terminals. That's weird. We need to figure that out. Sudo npm i-g1 settings themes doc mkdir test cd test cursor, copy this thing, bun init blank v index.ts bun index.ts, open it in a new tab and wait for it to do its thing. But what is happening here? If you open 2 terminals, does it cause a problem? I don't know. Are these like synced somehow? This VS Code and this VS Code. If I stop it from here, does it stop? It does stop here as well. That's weird. Okay. Did not know that. Okay. I thought they're like different instances, but it seems like it's. Oh, but there you go. Do you guys see it? The file got edited itself. Hands are off. Wait for 10 seconds. Oh boy. File opened. The file edited. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. ठीक है जी. So we can now edit files also programmatically. Like if you look at this, the file automatically opens. Contents get added in it which are random, and if you wait for 10 seconds, it will probably get overwritten with a different random number. Wait for 10 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Different random number. Beautiful. The only thing we should add is if this AI is changing this, the user should not be able to edit it, or otherwise, the file becomes messed up. But beautiful, beautiful. Now we need to write a WebSocket layer. God damn it. That's talking from the worker. The worker is receiving things from the LLM, forwarding it to the WebSocket layer, which is sending it to VS Code. That's editing things. So all of that code change will happen. I can share where. But let me first commit a lot of this. Status, Visual Studio Code, git status, git add source extensions, commit -m, listener, push it. Again, this is like a mild version. There's a lot to fix right now. Cursor, git status, git add. I don't know what all, at least Docker file, git commit -m, updated Docker file, push it, and we're good to go. Having some error. Who is? Not me, sir. Haha, only you. Cool. I think it's good time to call it 2:52 p.m. I think it's a 5-hour stream then. What we've done today is, to quickly recap, we have been able to, up until this point, we recorded a little bit, set up the project locally, and then came the point where we had to decide कि आज क्या करना है. And then there were a few options. Then the option we ended up choosing was a very small thing that we had to fix. But we chose a very complicated way to fix that because we saw Bolt does that. Bolt एक चीज़ करता है जो हमें अपनी वेबसाइट में भी चाहिए. Bolt does something specifically, if you go to bolt.new and try to create an XYZ application, the thing that it opens on the right, which is, God knows if it's VS Code or if it's something else. But AI is writing code over here. You see it get filled as AI tells it to do things. We wanted to do something similar. We wanted to have VS Code open inside the browser, but it be edited by AI. Am I sharing my screen or am I not? I'm not. But what I was saying was this. Okay, we also wanted something like this. Okay, if I change theme, if I make some changes here, they happen here in the file system. We wanted something similar. But the only thing is we're using VS Code. So we had to figure out how to do automated terminals in VS Code, how to edit files, open files when AI is telling us to do something inside a browser in VS Code. वो हमने figure out किया है. I don't know if you already saw what I did in the last 5-10 minutes. But the last 10 minutes, we started VS Code, which was automatically opening a terminal, running a few commands there, automatically editing a file and opening that file on the front end. So now that that's done, we just need to hook it up to our LLM. That code is already written, but that code directly hits the file system right now. Now it needs to hit a WebSocket server. That will, talk to VS Code that is open and do things. The downside there is if the user closes the browser, user does this, then their file system is not being enriched anymore. That is not great. That's the only problem. Other than that, this is sorted. Cool. Hopefully that was interesting. I'll look at Q&A for 2 more minutes. As I said, tomorrow we're doing RFS for Cohort 3 people. If you're in Cohort 3, would love to see you here after you get approved, or if you're, if you're a bad boy, badmosh, then you can just come and, who will stop you? I don't know. We're not checking anything on the gate. This is only for the people who are coming towards the end at 3 p.m. with 307 people currently, If you enter, I don't know if someone's checking here, even though I shouldn't be this lenient, but I sort of am. Cool. भैया 80 रुपीज़ UPI कर दो ना, shawarma खाना है. Chef's kiss. खाना तो मुझे भी है. डालो UPI भाई अपना. भैया गाना गा के सुनाओ ना. What the fuck? Parag. Not happening. You're not getting 80 rupees anymore. करो भाई study. आपकी उम्र है. Why is my antivirus showing it as fizzing? I don't know. Please help me with my text recognition model. Can you elaborate? What exactly do you mean? Okay, I'll answer questions for 5 minutes, then I'll call it, okay? 5 more minutes, then I'll call it. God, this is so loud. All right. Address दे दो. You will, I mean, उतनी मेहनत करो भाई. Go to Cohort 3 Discord, get a friend somehow, and figure out what the address is for tomorrow. How many hours of sleep do you took today? I slept yesterday at 3. I think I woke up at 11. So calculate. I think that's like 8 hours, right? Cool. We'll call it any important. Okay, one question I have for you guys. Okay, let's say you're joining a college today. What kind of campus do you prefer? There are two options you have. मैं बता रहा हूँ वो options क्या हैं. Very important question, guys. You guys have to help me here. What campus do you prefer? One is, very big, and full building. I guess it's like an obvious answer here, but think for a second. Very big campus, full building, like 2 floors for now, but the full building is ours only. It's just empty floors because not enough people. One floor, one huge auditorium, like IIT Bombay level auditorium, and one floor of co-working spaces, labs, things like these. Which one of these is more lucrative? You guys will come there eventually as well, for co-working spaces, meeting juniors. So what do you prefer? One huge auditorium, or one student of the year sort of a campus. And then I think the answer would be obvious, which would be a big hole in my pocket. Surprisingly, it's not obvious. Huge Audi is the one that people select. Well, I appreciate you guys. That's cool. That's the cheaper one. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if IITJ people are as forgiving and kind as you guys. I think, and they would prefer a bigger campus. But it's good to know at least a few people here understand. Because the odd is where you're going to spend your time anyways learning. And then co-working space, for 150 people, how big of a space do you need? So I agree. But it's still close to 60-40 right now. But yeah, it'll be fun whenever it starts. You guys are all invited to the inauguration ceremony. Can I come to Super around 10 a.m. from Cohort 3? Yeah, you can come tomorrow. Around 10 in the morning, right? Yeah, that's fine. But I don't think like anything starts until 1. I don't think I'll be coming before 1, though, and probably a little later. But yeah, you can come. Space is usually open. All right. That's so funny. Cool. We'll call it here, guys. I think I'll have to hit the road now. I will see you guys, a few of you tomorrow. I'll probably live stream the RFS intro at the very least, so you guys can see what to build, what we're expecting to build in the hackathon. And then we'll go from there. Chalo ji, have a good night. And yeah, sleep well. Any super chat I missed, you can come to Super Labs at 10 a.m. It'll just be empty. एक TED Talk के लिए, so the problem is, yeah, I'm not going to colleges anymore. It's not your college, or nothing personal. I've just not stopped going to college. Not that I've gone to too many colleges. I've only gone to 2, but I'm not doing that anymore. Anything else? Banger for the win. Next Cohort Cup, solo hackathon is allowed. And random on signal. All right. Good night, guys. I'll see you guys in another live stream. Bye-bye. Oh, what an idiot. I'm like, video to end ho gayi. I have to end the live stream. God damn it. All right. Stream, live stream. All right. Have a good night, guys. Bye bye.